regained the confidence among the political leadership, as well as strengthening the trade linkages. It is absolutely the numbers that have come in, the tariff commitments from the US side. So all this definitely signal stabilizing trading relations with US again, and definitely markets were waiting for such signals for a long time. The sentiments had to be boosted, and I think the trade deal at this point looks very, very positive development for India.
Is that also your reading, Mr. Ahluwalia, that this is very positive, markets reacting positively, but a word of caution, we still do not have details as the opposition points out?
Yeah, no doubt about it, Gaurav. I think absolutely extremely positive. I would not personally worry so much about what the opposition is concerned about, as in what are the terms that the US is going to get. Trade is a win-win. Even if the US gets good terms, it's benefits to the Indian consumers. If we have segments that are going to be concerned, like farmers, like dairy producers, we should protect those people directly instead of protecting products, right? It is never sensible to protect products. We should protect people. We can give direct benefit transfers. We can help them out in other ways instead of blocking trade. So that's not what I would worry about. The thing that we have to watch out for is implementation. Implementation is an extremely crucial thing. We've seen Donald Trump go back on South Korea and say, yes, we are going to cancel this trade deal, right? Because they're taking too long to ratify it. So implementation is going to be extremely important, both in terms of ratification and in terms of how our customs deals with goods coming in from the US, deals with goods coming in from the EU, because that is one reason that we have failed to take advantage of trade deals in the past. It's that our customs still creates issues at the border, even though there is a trade deal between the two countries. But other than these two aspects, I think this is fantastic news. EU, US, both happening. These are the biggest trading blocs in the world by far. There is nothing else that even comes close. So we should absolutely feel very good about this at this point in time.
That's a very positive note, in the morning, that we should feel fantastic or we should feel very good about it. Professor Saha, is your reading, considering India-EU deal, negotiations finally done, may take 6 months to a year to put pen to paper for it to be implemented on ground? Do you see the same kind of time frame when it comes to India-US deal also?
No, I think since this has been announced last night by the leaders of the both countries, and we definitely had a very long-drawn process of negotiations with the US, and the concerns that were raised. At the same time, this has been a very, very intense process. So I think here on, it should not take a very long time to come to a implementable framework on both sides.
Okay, Badri Narayan, in your view, and wearing your legal hat, what are areas that India can be happy about, that it's a big win for India, and what are areas that you would be concerned or skeptical given the limited information in public domain?
I think a few areas I think India will be very happy about. One is going to be textile, other is going to be toys, and areas such as chemicals. I think those will be areas which automatically I think everybody will be very happy about. I am a little bit concerned about areas like steel and aluminium. These are big exports by India. As you know, India always faced various custom duties, anti-dumping duties, safeguard duties across the world when it comes to our steel manufacturing. And as you know, we have overcapacity of steel manufacturing in India. And generally, the world goes ups and downs when it comes to steel. It's a very, very big commodity. Other area could be automobile and automobile exports and automobile parts. Again, we'll have to see how those are going to be played out in the future. We'll need more details with respect to that. Then will be other areas such as pharmaceuticals. I'm hoping that healthcare is one of the areas where US wants to reduce its impact from a price perspective, and therefore it will encourage Indian pharma. But that's one area where, again, there could be an impact. We'll have to see how the details churn out. So I think these are the areas that I feel are concerned. I think US, I think the benefit that they're going to get is I think they're going to do more transactions with us on high tech. So their interest is selling nuclear reactors, giving us Boeing planes, defense, which typically we've gone towards France or Europe. I think that US would want to supply to them. And I think India is quite happy to pick it up. I think that's really going to be there. The one sore area, which is probably going
Okay.
to be something that we'll have to look at, is going to be agri. Okay.
Yes.
India protects its agri, US protects its agri, but it's an area where both the countries have tried to get access to the other countries. US has always been, for US, it's very important to sell things like soya beans, and other agri products to countries like India. India has resisted traditionally because India has been self-sufficient, and the cost arbitrage is not that various. There could be
Rahul
certain
Ahluwalia,
areas will
Rahul
be there,
Ahluwalia,
but I think
you
mostly
you
will be
agree
areas.
with you agree with that? And before I come to you to respond to this, because a trade deal, while it's called as a win-win, it's win some, lose some. Is that how you look at a trade deal? Now, when we look at what is in it for India, there are those who say it's easier access to the US market. Is it at the cost of strategic autonomy, as some argue? The opposition is already asking, why is it that the Americans are now making announcements for us, whether we buy oil from Russia or we buy oil from Venezuela? Are we losing that strategic autonomy? We have, of course, lower tariffs on our exports. That's a big gain, and especially when it comes to not just MSME, but also textile, leather, large labor-intensive market. But is losing Russian oil a disadvantage for India, or getting cheaper Venezuelan oil offsets that? Rahul Ahluwalia, where do you stand on this?
Look, on this strategic autonomy question, I mean, we anyway are doing what we need to do, right? So the US is the world's largest economy, most technologically advanced economy. They are opposed to our largest adversary, which is China. We have been clearly signaling that our strategic doctrine is to be closer to the US for at least 10 to 15 years now. And I don't think that there is anything wrong with that. It makes sense. It is in our strategic interest. Russian oil is an extremely sort of minor thing. It is anyway now as expensive as other oil. It's not that Russian oil is coming at a big discount. Russia is a country that has not been growing. It has in fact been shrinking for the last many years. It is not a country of the future. So are we sacrificing our strategic autonomy by doing what we anyway want to do, which is to align with the world's most powerful and economically large country? No, I don't think so. I don't think that this is a sacrifice.
That's a very powerful point that you make, Rahul Ahluwalia. And Professor Saha, would you agree with this, that this is a deal that's happening? As many see, there were countries that literally did a sajda to the US. They kowtowed before President Trump. The moment he made an announcement, you had heads of state and governments rushing to Washington, D.C. and picking up the phone and dialing him, seeking his favor. India did not do that. India continued to negotiate for what was described as not just a win-win, but a deal that would be fair and equitable for both partners. Do you see this deal as that India is not a subordinate partner to the US?
Absolutely, because this ambiguity continued for some time, but India did hold on to its strategic patience, as I would say. And India has been an outlier, and India's leadership in the last couple of years at all global platforms has been quite remarkable, because India could show the courage to present its views in a coherent manner, and definitely drawing on the experience that we had with different countries. India believes in multi-alignment, but at the same time, India is very keen to strengthen the partnership with our key partners and the larger economies, because that is in the country's interest in the long run as we develop our roadmap towards Viksit Bharat. And India, US absolutely is an indispensable partner when we connect on some of the areas of trade and economics, because it is linked to the manufacturing sector. We have the service sector connect
Rahul
with the US
Ahluwalia
and
wants
others.
to come in, as does Mr. Badri Narayan. Rahul, just give me 30 seconds before I just get Mr. Badri Narayan on the legal aspect of a trade deal. As Rahul Ahluwalia pointed out, Mr. Badri Narayan, America says something today, may just do something very different like it did with South Korea, saying that, okay, you're not ratifying it, another 10% tariffs come your way. Do we see a situation like that between India and America, or you think in the past 1 year, the relationship has traveled some distance and perhaps is likely to be more mature?
I think you can't compare India with Korea or any other individual countries in the ASEAN. I think we have got one advantage of having a very strong EU and EFTA deal. So that's something which is behind us. So US knows that EU and India can get closer. We have 32 countries in the EU which are now part of that deal. I don't expect there to be any major issue. The only area where there can be an issue is the use and purchase of Russian oil. One last thing is that I think we still need to see the details of the trade deal. These trade deals are no longer simple, 5-pager trade deal that we used to do on what is the custom tariff rates for different line items. These are complex trade deals. We will have access to market not just in terms of goods, but in terms of services, H-1B visas, access to IT services, pharmaceutical services, healthcare services, medical tourism. I think there is a whole host of complexities which are there, which probably will need to get ironed out. So those are the areas where if something goes amiss, there could be some delays. EU deal also will take longer to ratify because it needs to go to the European Union Parliament. There needs to be finishing of all of the areas. While Donald Trump typically has managed these tariffs through executive action. And that's something which is pending in the US Supreme Court, whether he has the power to do so. But as of now, we think that US is probably likely to bring down these rates much earlier, and we will still negotiate with the US delegations on the details with respect to what it is going to be. And I still feel that there will be still a large number of items that we will need to close out with them, but I don't think they'll be in a position to, for want of a better word, bully us into agreeing to their terms merely because they can increase or reduce, considering we've got many more friends today than we probably had a year ago.
Multilateralism. Multilateralism is something that India continued to insist on, as did the European Union. Rahul, you wanted to come in on the aspect whether India can get bullied or not. And overall, the impression is India stood firm. India also did not go for the surround sound of India being called a dead economy or fueling the Russian war, even though that's not true. But India focused on the deal. You wanted to come in on this, Rahul?
Yeah, absolutely, Gaurav. I think this aspect of India being focused on its strategic interest, which is the deal, is because I think we should reject this framing that Donald Trump has adopted, that trade is win-lose, right? That I will win the deal and you will lose the deal, right? If we get access to the US market and the US gets access to India's market, there is no win-loss going on here. Every Indian consumer retains the choice to buy an American product or not to buy an American product, right? They can refuse. Even if dairy gets access to the Indian market, Indian consumers can just say, I will not buy American dairy, right? So it is not that India has lost even if we give access to the Indian dairy.
Though politically, that could be a hot potato for the Prime Minister and the government.
Exactly, because producers can lose, right? Dairy producers in India can stand to lose. So politically, we should be very careful about protecting certain producers by giving them some benefits where they stand to lose. That's what we have to be careful about. Domestic special interests that stand to lose from the trade deal. India as a whole stands to gain.
That's a very big point you're making. India as a whole stands to gain. There are sectors that may have to be protected or may have to get special protection: agriculture, dairy. Even in dairy and agriculture, there are some segments that are being talked about, and we'll talk about it in greater detail. Something that's not manufactured in India, something that's really niche. Can that come in? Is that a softener? It also depends how, and that is why this NDA parliamentary meet becomes very crucial, because it's also how that message goes across to the rest of the country, Badri Narayan, that becomes extremely, extremely crucial. Whether there are certain products, we were told about cranberries or certain other things that are not even made, that are not even produced in India. If that comes in, or some blue cheese or high-end cheese, if that comes into India, does that impact the Indian producers? But before I come to that, I want to take our viewers through some of the surround sound that followed in the that was there in the past 7 to 8 months. Remember, President Trump at one point of time called India a dead economy. What's President Trump saying now? India to buy $500 billion worth of American goods. Now, is India to buy $500 billion worth of American goods, or is that wordplay? Because the compact in 2025, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi went to the United States and there was an agreement between the two, it was to double bilateral trade to $500 billion by 2030. Though we've lost out a year, it's already 2026, and that was a framework that was decided on in 2025. Then Donald Trump earlier, he had said, I don't care what India does. What's he saying now? That both Prime Minister Narendra Modi and I, we get things done. He's talked about though he's always talked about his very close, association and respect for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. What did he say earlier? He said, have very little business with India. What's he saying now? That relationship with India is stronger now than before. He said Indian economy is dead. Clearly, he's not saying that anymore. Or, whether it's Howard Lutnick or Scott Bessent saying that India is fueling the war in Russia by buying Russian oil, or Europe is fueling that war by buying that same refined oil from India. So, Professor Saha, all that surround sound is now history, or do we see it can still come back some way or the other? And that is why India will have to ignore the surround sound and only look at the deal, as Rahul Aluwali and actually all three of you are putting it. The deal is in India's favor.
Yeah, I mean, India has demonstrated under the leadership of Prime Minister a very matured foreign policy position. And as I mentioned, strategic patience, despite several provocations at multiple points in time. So once we look at the long-term interest of the country and frame our narrative accordingly, it helps us also steer our own narrative and the way we want to approach foreign policy and response to some of the global events that are unfolding at this point. And this trade deal is connected to our economic growth. It connected to our economic opportunities and the roadmap that we lies in front of us. So foreign policy and economics getting connected very, very strongly at this point, and the trade deal is the outcome.
So how much of it, Badri Narayan, in your view, is just buy and sell, and how much of this would encourage Atmanirbhar Bharat, manufacture in India, make in India, and when it comes to high-end technology that India quite urgently requires?
Yeah. So I think, Gaurav, I think these are all very, very good points. I just wanted to say a few things. One, I think we should agree and we should appreciate the fact that India is a 4 trillion economy today and will probably reach over the next 5 years at between 8 and 10 trillion economy. And that is something which I think US recognizes and everybody else in the world recognizes. The EU deal took 20 years. Why did it happen suddenly? It's because India's emergence as a stable economic power with a very strong local consumption. So US is looking that is it possible when it goes from 4 trillion to 10 trillion, when my per capita income crosses some magic figure such as $3,000, $5,000, which changes the way a consumer consumes products. You said the blue cheese and cranberries. Indians will start consuming some of these items as we kind of go up the value chain, and US understands that. So I think these are all very good places for us to be in. It also understands that Indian consumers, as they consume more, and it's got a big country, a uniform market, with all the issues with GST, it still makes it one market. Our income tax rates have come down. We are encouraging year-on-year cleanup, and there's a lot more automation going through the entire system. So what I feel is that investors or long-term viewers, economists, capitalists and people who are looking at India are looking at it in a very, very big way. And therefore, I feel if we get the policies right and the government keeps making changes and improvements, if you're able to attract manufacturing to India, even a portion of it, if you're able to build high-end products, for example, we are investing in things like semiconductors, we're investing in like chip designing, data centers, we are investing in textile upgradation. So all of these, I think, are going to have an impact. And when you set the stage, then you will have companies from the US, from Europe, from Japan come in and invest. And in the long run, we will get the benefit of that. So this is why I think that this trade deal is important. It's come at a very opportune time. President Trump is seeing that India will move from 4 trillion to 10 trillion. It's not a dead economy by any means. Those are all word plays. But today, if he is able to get access to Indian market, both for Venezuelan oil, as also his high tech, and if Indian economy keeps growing and the consumption is a strong story, I think there's a win-win for both of us, like what Rahul and Professor has been saying.
You know, it's very heartening to hear. And Rahul, we are not letting Russia down and going in for Venezuelan oil, because if we were to rewind pre-2022, we were anyway not buying much Russian oil. We just took best advantage of the situation. Now are we trying to take advantage of the other best situation? Does that impact our relationship with Russia adversely in any way?
I don't think it should, frankly. And I mean, because Russia is not exactly got a lot of friends on the global stage. So to the extent that we remain relatively friendly to them, they should be fine. If we don't buy Russian oil, does not suddenly turn us into an enemy because it's not in our interest, right? Every country has to look out for its interest. I'll just give a slightly different perspective on manufacturing in India and why people want to invest in manufacturing in India. I think as large as the Indian market is relative to the global market is still very small. I think if we look at our recent manufacturing success, the biggest manufacturing success in India is Apple iPhones, right? We are now making anywhere between 20 to 30% of the world's iPhones, but less than 2% of iPhone global revenue happens from India. So let's be very clear about it. Apple is not making iPhones in India because India has a large market. Apple is making iPhones in India because it wants to sell to the world from India. So we should be very clear that any company will invest in a very big way in India only if it can service the world from India. And because the world market is several orders of magnitude bigger than the Indian market, the OECD countries, EU plus the US, have an approximately $60 trillion market. Our market is $4 trillion, right? So,
and that is what we should focus on.
That's what we should focus on.
$60 trillion market. Yeah. And manufacture in India, high-end technology. That is why it is so crucial. We have age on our side. Age profile is on our side. Language, technology, science, everything works for us.
Absolutely.
Of course, if we all work together as one country, keeping, as my show says, India first. I want to thank all my guests on this part of the debate. Such a privilege to talk to all of you and learn so much from you on this. But do also keep in mind, it was in February 2025, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had said that the United States and India together had set a target of doubling their bilateral trade to $500 billion by 2030. India was amongst first of the bloc for a trade deal with the US, and we had hoped that India-US trade deal happens first and then India-EU will follow. But then look at history. It just happened the other way around. India-EU happened first, and then India-US is likely to happen. The two nations said they would work together on very critical aspects: high-end technology, artificial intelligence, semiconductors, focus on establishing strong supply chains, and also strategic minerals. Look at the foresight. Listen in to Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
आज हमने द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को 2030 तक 2 गुना से भी अधिक बढ़ाकर $500 बिलियन तक पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है। हमारी टीमें एक पारस्परिक लाभकारी ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को शीघ्र संपन्न करने पर काम करेगी। भारत की ऊर्जा सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करने में हम ऑयल तथा गैस ट्रेड को बल देंगे। ऊर्जा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में निवेश भी बढ़ेगा। न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी क्षेत्र में हमने
It's a big statement by a key aide of US President Donald Trump on access to Indian agricultural market. US Agriculture Secretary has said there would be more American agricultural products in Indian markets soon. Trump aide has gone on to say that India trade deal is a US first victory. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has always been talking about India first. President Trump has been talking about America first. MAGA and MEGA is something both of them were talking about. But is America getting access to India's agriculture sector, and how? Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had been very clear. Interests of Indian farmers and Indian dairy will be protected. US Agriculture Secretary has taken to social media platform to post this message. Thank you, President of the United States, once again for delivering for our American farmers. New US-India deal will export more American farm products to India's massive market, lifting prices and pumping cash into rural America. In 2024, America's agricultural trade deficit with India was at $1.3 billion. India's growing population is an important market for American agricultural products, and today's deal will go a long way to reducing this deficit. America first victory on top of a dozen of deals. Prime Minister Narendra Modi had insisted, and he's always insisted, that the interests of Indian farmers, Indian dairy would be protected. He told the American and the world community rather bluntly, India will never compromise on national interest.
हमारे लिए अपने किसानों का हित सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। भारत अपने किसानों के, पशुपालकों के और मछुआरे भाई बहनों के हितों के साथ कभी भी समझौता नहीं करेगा। और मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
So I want to bring Professor Dipanshu Mohan, Professor and Dean at Jindal Global University, joining us on this broadcast into this conversation. Professor, how would you read Secretary Brooke Rowland's message that has just been put out on social media platform X that says, thank you, President of the United States, for delivering for our American farmers. The new US-India deal will export more American farm products to India's massive market, lifting prices and pumping cash into rural America.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me here. I mean, this was my apprehension and concern. In fact, before coming to the show, this is one of the points that I wanted to flag, that we should be very careful in celebrating any victory, so as to speak. And Donald Trump has bullied his way in to making India submit towards what would be a terms of trade for deal that is clearly in America's interest. I don't see an enormous benefit for India in the medium or short or medium term. I mean, over the long term, we don't really know how these deals play out. So there has to be a lot of evidence-based analysis. But my concern is connected to what the US Secretary for Agriculture is saying, which is India will now, given it's bringing down its tariff rate to almost 0% on $500 billion worth of American goods in energy, agriculture, coal, you will find the domestic industrial capacity to be affected, if not in a major way, but at least in a significant way, particularly businesses.
Also joining us is Dr. Kanwar Milan Singh, again Associate Professor Economics at the Lal Bahadur Shastri Institute of Management. Professor, your reading of what the US Agriculture Secretary is just putting out on social media platform X, saying that the new deal will export more American farm products to India's massive market, lifting prices, pumping cash into rural America. In 2024, America's agricultural trade deficit with India was $1.3 billion. India's growing population is an important market for American agricultural products, and today's deal will go a long way in reducing this deficit.
Good morning, Gaurav, and good morning, Professor. My reading, as far as this particular news which is coming just now, that it has been long expected that there could be a possible deal between India and US as far as the trade deal is concerned. But again, as I look at it, that US is getting a large, Indian market. And as far as the agri product is concerned, that has been the concern in India, that how it is going to affect the domestic, agri processing industries and so on. But again, as I look at it, India recently has a deal with EU and now having a deal with the US. So moving forward, I see that there is a market for Indian goods in US as well, because most of the time the trade is again on the reciprocal basis. So I don't think it's a kind of a one-way deal. Moving forward, we also have a large US market to look at.
We certainly do, but the commitment to protect India's agriculture and dairy sector, has there been a compromise in that, in your view? Of course, very sketchy details and very one-sided information so far. We are hearing from President Trump. We are yet to hear in detail from Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, or perhaps they will inform the Parliament first. But your reading, given the current situation, would Indian agriculture sector be adversely impacted?
Yeah. As I look at probably in the short term, I see that it is going to be impacted. But again, moving forward, it is also make the agri industry more competitive as well. So I look at in the longer term how it is flagging out, that we need to see. Because as of now, it is some minor detail is coming out, so we can't really make a decision based on just what is coming out.
Okay, because we do not know the products that will come in. Even in agriculture sector, when negotiations were on, Professor Mohan, we were told that there are certain things like cranberries, which are not really mass produced in India. If they were to come in, or in EU's context, we were told that only when negotiations were on. So again, ultimately, that legal scrubbing of the final document, and we still do not know what's finally permitted and what's not. If some high-end blue cheese that's not made in India, if in large quantity, if that came in, some niche products came in, it wouldn't impact the mass market. Your reading of that thought process?
No, I would just say that if American corn, American meat, and what you would consider as American dairy, if these three even are able to come into the Indian market at the tariff rate which is spoken of, that is 0%, this will decimate India's meat, at least agricultural sector, in a huge and enormous way.
But is there any word that American meat is coming in, or that's your assumption?
Allow me to finish. I think you've called me on the show. You should allow me to finish.
No, only to understand based on facts so far. Is there any word that American meat has been permitted, or is corn being permitted for human consumption or for fuel? Again, I'm only going on the basis of arguments that were made when the deal was being negotiated.
Well, if we are going on the basis of arguments, you need to hear both sides of the story, all right? And if you called me on the panel, allow me to finish. So point number one. Point number one, agriculture, energy, coal, even steel for that matter, if these sectors are allowed to be opened up to the American economy at a 0% tariff rate, be aware that India's domestic industrial capacity cannot hold that level of capacity and competition. We should be very honest. The deals with the EU and what we are negotiating with the US is being carefully discussed right now. The effects of this on our economy will take a substantive period of time. Deals don't work, or effects of these don't work in the immediate sense. It takes at least And I'm not very clear why we had to really rush our way into a deal with the US, because if you look at the facts, not arguments, facts, India's exports in December jumped 20% despite Trump's tariff war. In fact, despite a 50% tariff that was coming on India, India's exports to the US have actually gone higher. The data shows you that 1/5 in November. We have been doing trade with the US, mostly in services, which have been increasing. Its exports on goods have been at 38.13 billion. So the economy which was struggling with the tariffs was not the Indian economy at large. It was the US economy. I can think of two labor-intensive sectors which had a huge impact. One is textiles, which dipped roughly around 22.4%, and gems and jewelry around 39.4%. But telecom instruments, smartphones, exports in that surged by 216.9%, despite American tariffs. So I think the Minister of Commerce, Piyush Goyal, leading with the trade delegation, was trying to hash out a carefully negotiated deal. We should look at it in fine print. I am very skeptical about this call, which has happened between two leaders, because what it may do is push back against the carefully traded negotiating deal that had already happened.
Is that an assumption that it may push back?
It's not an
skepticism
assumption.
Is welcome. Skepticism is
it's not
welcome,
an
but my
assumption.
point is skepticism that's based on facts. In terms of, when you mention meats, is there any evidence to suggest that there's a give on American meat? Because once that fine print is there, I will come back to you for more on that. I've just been told, I've been hearing of corn and cranberries and stuff like that. But let me bring in Pranay Upadhyay, who's been in touch with sources both in the Ministry of Commerce and in the Ministry of External Affairs. Pranay, what are you picking up from what the US Agriculture Secretary has just put out, greater access for American agricultural products in Indian markets?
That remain to be clarified by either side, Gaurav, because we are asking these questions from both sides, the US side as well as the Indian side, and officials are yet to come up with a greater clarification on this thing. You rightly pointed out that if it is all about the pistachios, if it is all about the California apple or California, almonds or blueberries, we don't have a problem. But if it is about the GM, crops, if this is all about soybean, this is all about, the other agricultural products, then definitely we have our own our reservations, and those were our red lines. This is if it is all about dairy products. So we have to see, because currently, we have, how are we going to justify, how are we going to balance the 0% versus 11%? Currently, we have US products at 11%. So we are not going to reduce all the trade barriers unless we conclude a full-fledged FTA. And this is not an FTA. We are yet to get. And currently, we are only looking at a modified notification by the US side, clearly, indicating that the 25% penal tariffs have been removed. The 25% have been the tariff duties have been reduced to 18%. So that notification is also yet to come, and therefore we need greater clarity on these issues. And as our experts were also pointing it out, that we have to think in terms of protecting our market interests. It is only it's not things are not decided by headlines and deadlines. So and for President Donald Trump, it's mostly things are about headlines. And we have to see how things were actually ironed out.
Good point. Okay, Professor Mohan wants to come in. And Professor Mohan, that's the point I want to refer to, because, we've been tracking this for quite some time, and we haven't seen India come under pressure unless you have evidence to the contrary that India came under pressure and started, acting under American pressure. If you know that, do enlighten us. But from all accounts that we've heard, whether from the Commerce Secretary or officials in the Commerce Ministry or from Union Minister Piyush Goyal, they've been following a line and length to ensure that Indian farmers, Indian dairy, that's protected. And that is why we are also waiting for clarity on what is it that the Americans are getting access to, sir.
See, if you're waiting for clarity, then let's wait for clarity and then discuss. But at the same time, what I want to say is the call made between two head of states may push back, I'm using the word may push back a carefully negotiated. India was actually not in a rush to get into a deal with the US, which was, I feel, in the interests of both countries, and particularly for India, because it had drawn these red lines we are speaking about. But Why did this sentence? You asked me a question around the Secretary of Agriculture announcing that this is great for American action. That's worrying, because clearly there is something that has happened which we don't know of. It may push back, and I think we have to be very careful. I hope, and I really hope, people in stocking in the government are aware that we should not carefully submit or in any way give away our leverage in sectors which we have very limited competitive advantage. Agriculture is not a sector we have any significant competitive advantage. People may talk about it, but I have worked in agricultural sector looking at conditions of farmers. I can tell you we're not in a state of any competition. Having said that, it was very important that India signs a deal with the US for one simple reason, which is not on the good side, but on the capital investment side. The RBI data reveals that net foreign direct investment has in India collapsed by 96.5% in FY25. It has just come down to $353 million, which means that there was a dollar drought or a condition where Indian rupee was suffering, and we were already seeing the evidence of this. So it needed to be the case that India needs to get into some kind of conversations where American investment into
And
India
this
does
is where
not
the give and
get
take happens,
stalemated.
Professor, as you well know, since you worked in the agriculture sector. So you well know there has to be a give and take. But what is it that you're giving and what is it that you're
Yes,
taking
exactly.
is the
I think
key
that's the
point.
point
And
we
I
have
want
to
to
look
bring in
at.
Dr. Milind Singh once again into this conversation, because Dr. Singh, fear-mongering gets us nowhere. At the same time, skepticism is well and truly welcome to know what's happening. But is there any indication so far that India has acted under any kind of pressure? The fact that America called us a dead economy, we waited. The fact that America said we are buying Russian oil and we are fueling the war, we kept quiet. India is moving in one direction towards a deal. But this statement made by the US Agriculture Secretary, is that a cause for concern? Or there are areas where there is no competition, that entry can be given depending on what counter entry do we have in the American market?
Gaurav, as I see it, though on the face of it, it's look like that India agree and dairy industry is going to be impacted. But once these kind of trade deals have happened, so you see the negotiation goes, not in months, in years and years, as we have seen in case of India-EU Pact as well. So obviously, all these things which is we are wary about at this point of time have been discussed in details. So as more details will come out, probably we'll be in a position to make a decision. But again, you see, US has been India's trading partner. It is nothing new to it. India and EU has been India's partner for very long time. And once we have trade deal with EU and US moving forward, not only we see that the Indian industry getting impacted maybe in the short term, but as I look at as I was earlier said also, that we have to see that we have been discussing these on different tariff lines. So you see, for example, in case of EU, almost 9,000 tariff lines have been discussed separately, and probably in these cases also we have to see that what specific discussion have already had on different tariff lines, and obviously we are not looking in terms of zero tariff right now, but over a period of time, obviously the tariffs are going to be reduced, and we see that how industries are getting impacted. And keeping in mind that we have also in recent budget have taken decision how the small and medium industries can be made competitive. So I see that there is a ray of hope as well.
You're looking at a ray of hope, and where there is no competition, Pranay, conversations, around, let's say it's the California apples or pistachio or blueberries or cranberries. Is that an area where entry can be given, or is that also an area which will lead to a huge political furor in India?
That remain a cause of concern for India, and that's why we have given certain list to United States and US trade representative that these are the areas where India does not have the capacity or the kind of products in our agriculture line of produce. But as far as the soybean is concerned, as far as the certain other producers are concerned, where the major number of livelihoods are dependent on that, be it the maritime product, the shrimp production and all, because we have our capacity, and not only that, we have our many people are dependent on for their livelihood on these products. So that remained a red line for India. Dairy constitutes almost 16% in the farm income, and therefore we cannot play with that, and we have safeguarded that in our previous FTAs, be it our FTA with Australia, be it our FTA with New Zealand, be it our FTA with UK and European Union. So that remained a red line. But yeah, I think there is some concession as well. There are certain things which can be worked out, because trade deal is all about give and take, and you have to maneuver, you have to find space to accommodate, because there is no denial about the fact, Gaurav, that there is a trade imbalance, because we also go to China with the same complaints. There is a huge trade imbalance of India, a bilateral trade imbalance between India and China. So therefore, there is a recognition of the fact that there is a trade imbalance. We want to accommodate the American produce and American products, but on which sectors and that need to be accommodated, and that need to be worked out, and therefore these negotiation.
I want to thank all my guests, and Pranay, keep tracking that story. I will come back to you for more, but that image that you see on your television screen, that's the India Today cover that US President Donald Trump also put out. In fact, US Ambassador to India, Sergio Gore, he gave us the backstory. He said he saw that India Today cover in one office that he was visiting. So he just clicked the picture to your left of the screen, and he sent that picture to US President Donald Trump. And lo and behold, one day he notices yesterday that picture was put out by President Trump. There's a backstory. The mover and the shaker. Prime Minister Narendra Modi as that mover, taking the Indian economy forward, moving with that dream of Vikasit Bharat, or developed India, by 2047. And US President Donald Trump, the shaker. With Trump tariffs, the global order virtually changed. So this is something. What's the backstory behind this? Now, India Today Group's Group Editorial Director magazine, Raj Chingappa, he gives us the inside story of that cover. Listen in.
Raj, how are you looking at this post of Donald Trump? It's a huge acknowledgement of how widely the magazine is read as well.
Well, Maria, good to see it. We had decided to put both Donald Trump and Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the cover of India Today as the newsmaker for 2025. They dominated the news as we knew it. And so I had the privilege of writing this particular cover story and researching it. And what we found was very interesting in terms of why we put them together. Clearly, Mr. Modi had made his mark in India. He was the mover in the sense that the entire Reform Express took off at this time. And of course, he faced tremendous political, economic, and international challenges. International challenges in the form of Donald Trump, who was main tormentor in some senses, going on a rampage with tariffs and putting 50% against India, for a person whom we thought was going to be great friends of ours, given the fact that they had great relationship on the first term. And here was he hammering us not only just on tariffs, but on immigration issues, H-1B, deporting illegal immigrants from the US. And of course, on Mr. Modi's side, he had to combat with Operation Sindoor, where again, if you notice, Donald Trump somewhat undermines the success of Operation Sindoor by claiming that he brokered peace between India and Pakistan. So the two banged at each other continuously when they thought they, in some senses, this would be a very smooth run for India. We were the first to get onto the trade deal and negotiate with them. But we still haven't got a trade deal. So as we stand in 2026, both of them are looking for legacy. That was what was very interesting to me. Both above 70 years. Mr. Modi in his third term, Trump in his second term, both looking to see what they could leave behind. He's already made a tremendous amount of changes across the world, disrupted it globally. Mr. Modi has been steady, he has been resilient, and we've seen how he's guided India through these very troubled times and come out the winner, as we've seen in our recent MOTN polls, and the fact that He's won his third successive victory, which is a great credit to him. So the juxtaposition of this, very happy to see that the President of the United States has seen this cover and has actually tweeted it.
So do we now see this great trade deal which puts MAGA plus MEGA, make America great again, make India greater again, considering India is already a great country? And does that make that mega trade deal? We'll be tracking developments on that story very closely. That is all I have for you on this special broadcast. Many thanks for watching. News and updates continue on India Today. Stay with us.
आपको शायद पता नहीं होगा, अपार ने आईएनएस विक्रांत के लिए 150 से ज्यादा तरह के केबल्स बनाए हैं। देश के टॉर्पीडोस में भी हैं अपार के केबल्स। वंदे भारत भी अपार के केबल से ही स्पीड पकड़ती है और यही वायर्स और केबल्स हमारे घरों को भी पावर करते हैं। विश्वास इसमें अपार, तभी तो ये है देश का तार।
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
50 years, one witness, 11 prime ministers, 15 governments, 350 elections. We covered the upheaval. We exposed the rot. 25 massive scams that shook the nation. 12 wars and insurgencies that tested our borders. From the Green Revolution to the digital age. From a nation in transition to a global superpower. 50 years, one story. India Today, making sense of India. Unlock unlimited access to India Today's archives. Log on to subscriptions.intoday.in. India Today Archives.
If you want to scale the media heights, we will teach you the ropes. There is no peak in journalism that our mentors haven't scaled. So look no further. Join our postgraduate diploma programs and gain guaranteed internship and proven placement record with top media houses and companies. For more information, visit indiatodaymediainstitute.in or call 95600 65465.
Hi, I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Daily maximum 23 and minimum 10 degrees. Mumbai maximum 27 and minimum 23 degrees. Kolkata maximum 30 and minimum 14 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 29 and minimum 17 degrees. Chennai maximum 26 and minimum 22 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 29 and minimum 17 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Introducing Motorola's Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
I have one question, and this is for the young parents. They have this concern, which has been perhaps flagged by your economic survey. You have spoken about
मुठूत फाइनेंस गोल्ड लोन, सोना क्या नहीं कर सकता।
You are watching India Today.
Hey, good morning and thank you for tuning in to India Today. I'm Suesha Sawant. First up, a quick check of the top headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. It's a big breakthrough in the India-US talks, India-US trade deal that has been done and dusted. Tariffs on India lowered to 18% from 50%. Trump says Prime Minister Modi and I get things done. Prime Minister Modi says big thank you to President Trump. Politics erupts over India-US deal, asks what happened to India's strategic autonomy, says trade deal announced by Washington, asks when did we outsource trade announcements. And cutting across to Kiran Rijiju speaking live at this moment.
ट्रेड डील जो हुए हैं जिसको हम फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट कहते हैं और इंडिया ईयू फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट अभी एक सप्ताह पहले ही, एक सप्ताह भी पूरा नहीं हुआ, इंडिया ईयू फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट का एक सप्ताह के अंदर फिर कल अमेरिका का साथ में जो एग्रीमेंट हुए और जो अनाउंसमेंट हुए टैरिफ में कटौती का, उसको लेकर के देश भर में उत्साह है। तो सांसदों में बहुत उत्साह थे। आज एनडीए पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को अभिनंदन किया और उनका मार्गदर्शन में जो ऐतिहासिक ट्रेड डील्स हासिल किए हैं उसके लिए बधाई भी दी है। टोटल 39 देश, 39 देशों के साथ फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट हो गए हैं। ये ऐतिहासिक है और ये 39 कंट्रीज जो है पूरा डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज है, जैसे यूरोपियन यूनियन के जितने कंट्रीज हो या ऑस्ट्रेलिया हो, न्यूजीलैंड हो, यूके हो, तो ये ऐतिहासिक है। पूरा माहौल अच्छा बना है देश में। एक शुभ खबर रात को आधी रात में मिडनाइट में आए तो आज देशवासियों को भी हमने बधाई दिया है और प्रधानमंत्री जी को अच्छा नेतृत्व के लिए अभिनंदन किया है। हाँ, वो तो अभी राष्ट्रपति का अभिभाषण पे चर्चा चल रहे हैं। कल राज्यसभा में तो अच्छी तरह से डिबेट डिस्कशन हुए हैं, लोकसभा में भी बहुत अच्छा शुरुआत हुई। एक श्री राहुल गांधी जी की वजह से पूरा लोकसभा का कल का डिबेट को सत्यानाश कर दिया है। इतना अच्छा शुरुआत, धन्यवाद प्रस्ताव, फिर उसको सेकंड किया। राज्यसभा में भी बहुत अच्छा डिबेट हुआ, बहुत अच्छा पार्टिसिपेशन, सुझाव भी आए। अब सोचिए, लोकसभा राज्यसभा में दोनों सदनों में इतना अच्छा चर्चा शुरू हुए, लेकिन एक सदस्य राहुल गांधी जी की वजह से लोकसभा का डिबेट रुक गया। एक आदमी की वजह से, ये तो ठीक बात नहीं है। सद्बुद्धि आना चाहिए और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं आज सुधर जाएंगे। और सिर्फ उम्मीद ही नहीं, हम अपील भी करना चाहते हैं कि राहुल गांधी जी रात भर कम से कम सोच के चिंता करके सुधर जाए और आज अच्छे सोच के साथ खुद तो ठीक से डिबेट में अपना बात नहीं रखते हैं, लेकिन दूसरों को नुकसान नहीं पहुंचाना चाहिए। कांग्रेस पार्टी और विपक्ष पार्टी में भी कई ऐसे सांसद हैं जो अच्छा डिबेट करते हैं, अच्छा सुझाव देते हैं, बोलना चाहते हैं। उनका भी समय राहुल गांधी जी की वजह से खराब हो रहे हैं।
अगर सर चेयर का निर्देश नहीं मानते राहुल गांधी तो क्या होगा सर?
उसका तो बाद में देखा जाएगा, लेकिन कायदे से तो सबको नियम मानना होता है। हम सब चुने हुए सदस्य हैं और जो रूल्स ऑफ बिजनेस है, वहाँ कंडक्ट का जो एक प्रोसीड्यूर दिया हुआ है उसके मुताबिक ही संसद चलता है, हाउस चलता है। इसलिए कोई इसको अपमानना ना करे, सब इसको पालन करना चाहिए।
सर, और किसी बिंदु पर चर्चा हुई?
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बहुत अच्छा गाइडेंस दिया है। सारा एनडीए साथियों को प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सराहना किया है कि एनडीए परिवार एक के बाद एक चुनाव जीतते जा रहे हैं। चुनाव ऐसे हवा में नहीं जीतते हैं। चुनाव जीतने के लिए जमीन पर काम करना और अच्छा नीति के साथ देश को आगे ले जाना। जहाँ जहाँ एनडीए सरकार बनी है, चाहे वो केंद्र सरकार हो, राज्य सरकार हो और स्थानीय स्तर पर कॉरपोरेशन, काउंसिल और पंचायत लेवल में हो, सब जगह एनडीए पार्टी ने बहुत अच्छा अपना भूमिका निभाई है। इसलिए एनडीए हर जगह कामयाबी प्राप्त कर रहे हैं।
आने वाले 5 राज्यों को लेकर के भी चर्चा हुई है क्या कि चुनाव को लेकर?
नहीं, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एनडीए के साथियों को बधाई भी दिया और साथ में ये भी कहा कि हम चुनाव जीत गए इसलिए आराम करना नहीं। हम चुनाव जीत गए हैं, जिम्मेदारियां बढ़ गई हैं और तेजी से देश के लिए समर्पित भाव के साथ काम करना है। ये प्रधानमंत्री जी ने सारे एनडीए साथियों को सुझाव दिया है।
प्रधानमंत्री ने यूएस डील पर भी कुछ बोला है सर? कुछ कहा किस तरह से?
ट्रेड डील को तो मैंने बता दिया कि ऐतिहासिक ट्रेड डील 39 डेवलप कंट्रीज के साथ जो डील हुए हैं वो इस चीज़ को दर्शाता है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में आज जो डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज है, सब लोग भारत के साथ तालमेल करके एक साथ काम करना चाहते हैं, पार्टनरशिप में काम करना चाहते हैं। इससे हमारे आम लोगों का जिंदगी में बहुत फायदा होने वाला है।
कांग्रेस जो है ट्रेड डील पर सवाल,
कांग्रेस कोई भी अच्छा चीज का तारीफ नहीं कर सकते हैं, वो आदत बन चुका है। अगर कांग्रेस कभी अच्छा चीज का तारीफ करेंगे तो उसको भी लोग थोड़ा थोड़ा तो क्रेडिट देंगे। वो खुद तो काम नहीं कर पाते हैं और अच्छा चीज देश के लिए कोई भी कामयाब, देश के लिए कोई भी उपलब्धि कांग्रेस को अच्छा नहीं लगता है, ये कांग्रेस खुद ही दर्शाते रहते हैं।
केरला कांग्रेस की ओर से एक्स पे पोस्ट किया गया है और ये कहा गया है कि यूएस 18% हमसे लेगा और हम 0% लेंगे। और
ऐसा उसको मालूम नहीं है, उसको मालूम नहीं, उसने पूरा पढ़ा नहीं होगा। पूरा आपको डिटेल में बाद में बता देंगे।
पीएम के लिए गेट लॉ जैसे शब्द का इस्तेमाल,
वो तो
And that's a statement that is coming from Union Minister Kiren Rijiju, who's gone on to speak about the India-EU FTA, calling it a historic moment. But not just that, he's also lauded Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership over how US has now reduced the reciprocal tariff towards India to 18%. He's gone on to put out details about the NDA Parliamentary meet, where all the leaders lauded Prime Minister Narendra Modi over the good news that has come in. And when asked about the events that unfolded in the parliament yesterday, he called out Rahul Gandhi. He said that the House was disrupted and that was unfair. Rahul Gandhi, who the NDA has been noting, mentioned excerpts of the unpublished memoir of General M.M. Naravne. And while the book remains unpublished, even Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, who had went on to say yesterday that he was disrupting the morale of our soldiers.
आंध्र प्रदेश में सीएपीएफ के एक प्रशिक्षण संस्थान है। तत्काल विजयपुरम में कोई सीएपीएफ का प्रशिक्षण संस्थान खोलने का प्रस्ताव नहीं है, विचार नहीं है। और प्रशिक्षण हम बड़ी तत्परता से देते हैं।
Caucus continues on the floor of the House after a fiery Parliament session yesterday, hoping that constructive business will resume, but far from what the reality looks like, as we see how the House is being disrupted yet again. Massive uproar in the Parliament over several issues, especially after what we saw had unfolded in the Parliament yesterday over Naravne's book, and how the NDA has been taking on Rahul Gandhi, from calling him childish to also saying that he is reducing the morale of our soldiers because this is an unpublished memoir. And while it is still to get a nod from the Defence Ministry, from the MOD, Rahul Gandhi quoting excerpts was unfair. And there you see how ruckus is now unfolding on day 2. Likely chance that such scenes may continue, or whether we'll see that any sort of constructive business can be conducted. This, remember, has happened as early this morning. We also got you details of the NDA parliamentary meet where NDA leaders had applauded Prime Minister Modi over the India-US trade deal that has finally seen conclusion and been confirmed by both India and US. But the opposition posing questions there too, primarily over why it was Washington making that announcement. And there you see what is happening during the Parliament budgetary session. Uproar in the Parliament.
సమస్యలు వెలుగులోకి వచ్చాయి. ఈ సమస్యలను గమనించి గవర్నీయ సుప్రీంకోర్టు సీనియర్ లెవెల్ సిబ్బంది నియామకాన్ని సమీక్షించాలని సూచించింది. మరియు 2025 మేలో సెంట్రల్ ఆర్మీ పోలీస్ ఫోర్స్ సిఏపిఎఫ్లో అన్ని కేడర్లను సమగ్ర సమీక్షను 6 నెలల్లో పూర్తి చేయాలని సూచించింది. నా క్వశ్చన్, సప్లిమెంటరీ క్వశ్చన్, గవర్నర్ మంత్రి గారికి బార్డర్ సెక్యూరిటీ ఫోర్స్ బిఎస్పీ సంబంధిత కేడర్ సమీక్ష ప్రస్తుతం ఏ స్థాయిలో ఉంది, మరియు సుప్రీంకోర్టు ఆదేశాలు పూర్తిగా ఎప్పటికి అమలు చేయబడతాయో మీ ద్వారా సమాచారం ఇవ్వగలని కోరుతున్నాను. అధ్యక్ష, థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Let me cut across to my colleague Himanshu Mishra now joining us on the broadcast. Himanshu, जिस तरह से अभी पार्लियामेंट में डिसरप्शन हो रहा है, रकस हो रहा है, क्या फिर से हाउस को एडजर्न किया जाएगा?
देखिए, अगर इसी तरीके से हंगामा जो है वो चलता रहेगा तो चेयर की तरफ से जो सदन की कार्रवाई है उसको अर्जेंट किया जा सकता है। लेकिन कल अगर आपने देखा हो तो लोकसभा में जब राष्ट्रपति के अभिभाषण पर मोशन ऑफ थैंक्स पर चर्चा चल रही थी, एलओपी जब बोल रहे थे तो वो एक ऐसी इंटरव्यू को कोट कर रहे थे जिसको लेकर भ्रम की स्थिति है, क्योंकि वो बुक पब्लिश नहीं है और सरकार की तरफ से और चेयर की तरफ से कहा गया अगर ये ऑथेंटिकेट है तो आप इनको जो है ऑथेंटिकेट करिए और बताइए कि इसका सोर्स क्या है। और उसके बाद से लगातार जो है वो लोकसभा में जो है वो हंगामे की स्थिति बनी रही और लोकसभा के अंदर जो है सदन की कार्रवाई 2 बजे से 3 बजे के लिए और 3 बजे से 4 बजे के लिए स्थगित की गई और उसके बाद जो है आज सुबह तक के लिए स्थगित कर दी गई थी। और आज स्थिति जो है लोकसभा में फिर से बनी हुई है, क्योंकि कल जो लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन है वो राष्ट्रपति के अभिभाषण पर चर्चा में शामिल नहीं हो पाए थे। अब देखना यह है कि क्या बीच का रास्ता निकलता है या सदन में इसी तरीके के हंगामे की स्थिति जो है वो बनी रहेगी।
सभी तरीके से आर्ग्यूमेंट सुने हैं और किस तरह से कहा जा रहा है, ऑपोजिशन एक तरफ से ये कह रही है कि सरकार इस मुद्दे पर बात नहीं करना चाहती, वो इस डिबेट को एक्टिवेट नहीं करना चाहती, पर दूसरी ओर हमने सभी एनडीए लीडर्स से सुना है कि यहाँ तक राहुल गांधी को चाइल्डिश बुलाया गया है, कहा गया है कि वो हमारे सोल्जर्स का मोरल रिड्यूस कर रहे हैं। ये भी कहा गया है कि ये एक अनपब्लिश्ड किताब थी और राहुल गांधी का उसमें से एक्सर्प्ट्स बोलना अनफेयर है।
क्योंकि ये जो किताब है वो अभी तक पब्लिश नहीं हुई है और एक पब्लिक मैगजीन ने जो है उसी किताब के आधार पर जो है एक पूरा आर्टिकल लिखा है। उस आर्टिकल को ही जो है राहुल गांधी कोट कर रहे थे और इसीलिए संसदीय कार्य मंत्री हो, रक्षा मंत्री हो या गृह मंत्री या चेयर की तरफ से जो ऑब्जेक्ट किया गया कि रूल 352 के तहत जो है आप ऐसी किसी चीज़ को कोट नहीं कर सकते जो आप ऑथेंटिकेट नहीं कर सकते हैं, यानी कि आप किसी किताब के रेफरेंस को।
साथ ही हमारे दर्शकों को बताना चाहेंगे कि अभी लोकसभा को एडजर्न किया गया है owing to the uproar that we witnessed in the parliament on day 2 of the budget session. Lok Sabha has been adjourned. Meanwhile, more breaking news coming in. Prime Minister Modi on the trade deal, and this is inside scoop coming in on India Today. where Prime Minister Modi in that parliamentary meet said that the US trade deal had created a positive environment. He said that people were criticizing it, but we remained patient and it has yielded results. Now, he added, manufacturing should increase and we should produce high quality products. Prime Minister Narendra Modi making that statement in the big parliamentary meet that happened this morning, while the NDA leaders lauded his leadership over the success that has been met on the India-US trade deal and how reciprocal tariffs have been reduced to 18%. Those are pictures on the right of your screens of how he was garlanded by all top leaders. He had also said that everyone kept criticizing it, but we remained patient. Let me take this back to my colleague Himanshu, who continues to stay with us on the broadcast. हिमांशु, बहुत ही बड़ा सक्सेस है ये एनडीए के लिए, प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी के लिए, और किस तरह से अब ये जानकारी आ रही है कि उन्होंने कहा कि सभी ने क्रिटिसाइज किया पर हम पेशेंट रहे, हमने इसमें बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से डील किया, बात की, और अब हमें उसका रिजल्ट मिला है और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडिया में बढ़नी चाहिए।
देखिए, उन्होंने ये भी कहा कि मैन्युफैक्चरिंग भी बढ़ना चाहिए और क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट जो है वो बनना चाहिए, यानी कि आने वाले दिनों में जो है भारत आत्मनिर्भर भी होगा और लोगों के लिए जो है वो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर में प्रोडक्शन को बढ़ाएगा और एक्सपोर्ट की तरफ भारत जो है वो आगे बढ़ना चाहता है। वो इंपोर्ट की जगह एक्सपोर्ट पे ध्यान देना चाह रहा है और इसी में भारत को लगता है कि बहुत सी संभावना है। और इसी चीज़ को प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने भी कहा कि जब अमेरिका की तरफ से ट्रेड टैरिफ लगाया गया था तो अपोजिशन ने जो है उनको क्रिटिसाइज़ किया था, उनकी आलोचना की थी, लेकिन उन्होंने धैर्य बनाए रखा और उसके परिणाम जो है यानी रिजल्ट जो है अब सबके सामने है। और उसके साथ साथ प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने जो है एनडीए की जो पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी मीटिंग उसमें साफ कहा है कि आप संसद के अंदर जब संसद की कार्रवाई चल रही हो तो संसद में मौजूद रहने चाहिए और संसद की कार्रवाई में आपको भाग लेना चाहिए। उसके साथ साथ उन्होंने ये कहा कि बजट जो है वो 2047 में जो भारत को विकसित राष्ट्र बनाने का सपना है उसकी तरफ एक बड़ा कदम है और बजट की विशेषताओं को लेकर और आम जनता को इससे क्या फायदा हुआ है इसके बीच में आप जनता को जाएं और उनको बताएं कि बजट किस तरीके से उनके लिए फायदेमंद रहा है। तो अमेरिका ने जो ट्रेड टैरिफ घटाया है वो एक बड़ी सफलता प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने बताया। उसका कारण ये बताया कि हमने धैर्य बनाए रखा और बातचीत की, उसी बातचीत के आधार पर जो है आज भारत के लिए एक अच्छी खबर जो ये है कि यूएस ने अपना ट्रेड टैरिफ जो है वो घटाया है। उन कंट्रीज़ के से भी कम जो एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, चाहे बांग्लादेश हो, इंडोनेशिया हो, वियतनाम हो, इन कंट्रियों से भी ज़्यादा कम जो है ट्रेड टैरिफ जो है वो आज भारत पर है। तो ये एक बड़ी सफलता है भारत की। और प्रधानमंत्री ये भी कह रहे हैं कि मैन्युफैक्चरिंग तो बड़े क्वालिटी जो है, जो प्रोडक्ट है उसकी क्वालिटी में इम्प्रूवमेंट होना चाहिए, यानी कि प्रोडक्ट ऐसा हो कि लोग उसे हाथों हाथ लें। और प्रधानमंत्री कोविड के बाद से ये कहते रहे हैं कि वोकल फॉर लोकल, यानी कि आपको जो अपना देश में बनी हुई सामान है उसके लिए आपको ज़्यादा वोकल होना होगा, उसकी प्रोडक्शन को आप खुद भी खपाएं और एक्सपोर्ट की तरफ बढ़ें। ये एक बड़ा सपना है भारत का और विकसित राष्ट्र बनाने के लिए एक बड़ा कदम के तौर पे देखा जा सकता है।
हिमांशु, और सभी एस्पेक्ट से ये बहुत बेनिफिशियल है इंडिया के लिए। साथ ही जिस तरह से प्रेशर था मोदी सरकार पर इतने महीने, जब हमने देखा कि किस तरह से वॉशिंगटन से स्टेटमेंट्स आ रहे थे, ट्रंप के स्टेटमेंट्स आ रहे थे, 50% तक बढ़ा दिया गया था ट्रेड टैरिफ को, और अब जब इसे घटाकर 18% किया है मोदी सरकार के लिए, सभी लीडर्स के लिए, और जो सभी ऑफिशियल्स इस नेगोशिएशंस में इतने महीने थे, एक बहुत ही बड़ा सक्सेस है। साथ में टाइमिंग, जिस तरह से इंडिया EU FTA क्रैक किया गया और उसके बाद अभी इंडिया US ट्रेड डील, और साथ ही में अब इंडिया का जो पूरा अप्रोच है मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की तरफ वो एक मल्टी प्रॉन्ग स्ट्रैटेजी है।
अगर आप देखें तो डिप्लोमेटिक स्ट्रेटेजी के तहत भारत ने अमेरिका पे प्रेशर भी बनाया और दूसरी तरफ जो है बातचीत का जो चैनल है वो भी खुला रखा और नेगोशिएशन लगातार होते रहे। भारत सरकार की तरफ से एक बार यूएस का जो है टीम इंडिया आई, उन्होंने नेगोशिएशन के लिए बातचीत की, भारत की तरफ से जो है नेगोशिएटर गए, वहाँ बातचीत हुई और उसका परिणाम हम सबके सामने है। उसके साथ साथ यूरोपियन यूनियन के साथ जो है फ्री ट्रेड डील पर भारत ने साइन किया, अमेरिका माफ़ कीजिए, न्यूजीलैंड के साथ, ऑस्ट्रेलिया के साथ, यूके के साथ या अन्य बड़े उन राज्यों के साथ, उन स्टेट्स के साथ किया जिनमें भारत को संभावनाएं नज़र आती थी, और फ्री ट्रेड डील जो है भारत ने साइन भी की है। लगभग जो है अगर आप देखें तो 35 से ज़्यादा कंट्रीज़ के साथ जो है ये फ्री ट्रेड डील साइन करके भारत ने अमेरिका को संदेश दिया कि अगर आप टैरिफ इसी तरीके से लगाएंगे तो भारत के पास जो है ऑप्शन खुले भी हैं, और बातचीत का क्रम जारी रखा। और उसी का परिणाम है कि आज अमेरिका ने जो है वो भारत पर जो है वो ट्रेड टैरिफ जो है 25% से घटाकर जो है वो 18% कर दिया है।
जी बिल्कुल, और जिस तरह से प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी ने भी कहा कि हमने पेशेंस रखा, कह रहे हैं कि अब बहुत एक पॉजिटिव एनवायरनमेंट है। ऑपोजिशन के भी कई तरीके से अटैक्स आए जहां पर बोला गया कि क्या इंडिया अपनी पोजीशन को कॉम्प्रोमाइज कर रहा है, बट दैट सर्टनली डिड नॉट हैपन। हिमांशु, धन्यवाद करूंगी आपका। Meanwhile, my colleague Piyush Mishra also joining us on the broadcast. Piyush, indeed it is a big moment and a big success for the Modi government for the very fact, the timing indeed of the India-US deal, of the India-EU FTA, and how now the approach internally, domestically also, as Prime Minister Modi guides, should be to focus on manufacturing, should be to focus on producing good and high quality products.
Well, no doubt about it. There's a very positive response. In fact, the markets have also shown a great response after this trade deal which has been signed between India and US. Remember that today when Prime Minister was also present there in NDA Parliamentary Party meet, he was felicitated by all the 4 leaders of NDA. He was garlanded. The slogans were chanted in favor of PM Narendra Modi. We also saw slogans being chanted like Bharat Mata Ki Jai, and rejoice moment was there. The congratulatory messages were being given to PM Narendra Modi, and after that program, we also saw Prime Minister waving at all the NDA leaders who were present in the NDA Parliamentary Party meet. This shows as to how the entire NDA has welcomed and congratulated PM Modi for this unprecedented trade deal which has been signed between India and US. We remember as to how in the past various months multiple negotiations have taken place. Teams from US have come to India. From India also teams have traveled to US, and the minister level talks have taken place, secretary level talks have taken place, and after the multiple round of negotiations, finally the the deal has been inked. A tariff has been brought down from 50% to 18%. It is giving a big boom to manufacturing sector of India, and there's no doubt about it that US has bowed down before India because of the multiple trade deals which we have had signed with various countries. Like we have trade deals with European Union, with Australia, with New Zealand, with UAE, and there are various countries. Around 35 trade deals in the last few months have been signed with multiple countries, and a message was sent to US that yes, we have different markets also, and we are ready to explore these markets also. And looking at that, US was forced to bring down tariff from 50% to 18%. Initially, it was 25%, and then additional 25% was slapped because of buying oil from Russia. But now that entire tariff, which had accumulated to 50%, has now been brought down to 18%, which is the least tariff.
Oh yes, absolutely, Piyush. And there, Donald Trump also saying that this is out of friendship and respect for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I want to come back to you, Piyush. Let's also play out that statement that came in from Union Minister Kiran Rijiju just a short while ago.
मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में 9 ट्रेड डील जो हुए हैं, जिसको हम फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट कहते हैं, और इंडिया ईयू फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट अभी 1 सप्ताह पहले ही, 1 सप्ताह भी पूरा नहीं हुआ, इंडिया ईयू फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट का 1 सप्ताह के अंदर फिर कल अमेरिका का साथ में जो एग्रीमेंट हुए और जो अनाउंसमेंट हुए टैरिफ में कटौती का, उसको लेकर के देश भर में उत्साह है। तो सांसदों में बहुत उत्साह थे। आज एनडीए पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को अभिनंदन किया, और उनका मार्गदर्शन में जो ऐतिहासिक ट्रेड डील्स हासिल किए हैं उसके लिए बधाई भी दी है। टोटल 39 देश 39 देशों के साथ फ्री ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट हो गए हैं। ये ऐतिहासिक है और ये 39 कंट्रीज जो है पूरा डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज है, जैसे यूरोपियन यूनियन के जितने कंट्रीज हो या ऑस्ट्रेलिया हो, न्यूजीलैंड हो, यूके हो, तो ये ऐतिहासिक है।
And we get to the latest coming in from Parliament, where opposition members entered into the well of the House to protest against the India-US trade deal, primarily stating that there has been an uproar over the trade deal signed with the United States. Opposition MPs were demanding a discussion on it. Let me take this back to my colleague Piyush Mishra, who continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Piyush, do get us details of how the opposition is responding to the India-US trade deal. As the latest coming in, they've entered into the well of the House. They are demanding a discussion on this matter.
Well, that's right. We have spoken to various opposition MPs before they entered in Parliament. They were of the view that government must brief the Parliament and must put out all the details of this trade deal which has been signed with the United States. And looking forward, their demand, they now, created a uproar in Parliament. Basically, they wanted a discussion on the trade deal which has been signed with US. We also saw various opposition leaders reaching there in well, protesting against this, and they also were demanding that the government must put out all the details on the trade deal which has been signed with US. Though, it is important to highlight that as we are speaking, the Parliament is all set to resume at 12, but the discussion right now is taking place on the motion of thanks to the President's address on the budget. Yesterday, we also saw how when Rahul Gandhi was speaking at the time, the uproar was created. He was multiple times asked by the Lok Sabha Speaker not to, speak anything which is beyond the discussion of budget, but he did not follow what Speaker was saying, and after that the Parliament was adjourned. Today, the moment the House got resumed, the Lok Sabha got resumed, we saw a massive uproar by the opposition where they demanded that the government must put out all the details on Indo-US trade deals, but that did not happen, and after that the House had to be adjourned. The House will again resume at 12 noon. Then again we will see opposition coming forward and demanding that government must brief on India-US trade deal. There is no doubt that government will brief on this, and for that the homework is also being done by the government. Yesterday itself, the primary details have come to the fore, which is indicating that the the tariff which was imposed by the United States has now been brought down from 50% to 18%. But opposition wants more details, and that's why we saw a protest taking place there in Lok Sabha.
Piyush, continue talking to us. What exactly are the finer details of this deal that the opposition is demanding for, or any sort of criticism, if any, from their side? Because really, to understand prima facie, this is great news that the reciprocal tariff has been reduced to 18%. And while we all await the fine print of what this deal states, is there a particular angle that the opposition is veering into?
Well, there are 2-3 points which the opposition political parties are raising. We spoke to Manikam Chagor of Congress Party. He told us that he wants the government to tell us as to why we are going to stop buying oil from Russia, why we are going to buy it from Venezuela. He's also saying that why we Indian products will have to face the tariff of 18%, and as far as American products import is concerned, the tariff will be zero. Why the government has agreed to what Donald Trump wanted. So the opposition is saying that the government has surrendered before Trump, and that's why they are asking few questions. They are saying that it's nothing but a compromised deal with United States, and that's why they wanted a full detail on the kind of agreement which has happened with United States. So the biggest point was of the Russian oil, which the opposition is saying that are we actually going to stop buying Russian oil from Russia? Are we going to actually buy, start buying oil from Venezuela? That's what the opposition is now asking. They're also saying that earlier it was nation first during the regime of Advani and Vajpayee, but now it's Trump first at the part of BJP, and that's why the opposition has created ruckus. So they have anger on on this issue, on the kind of claims so those have been made by Donald Trump in his social media post on Truth Social, where he has mentioned that American tariff will be zero.
Right.
Tariff on American products will be zero, but on Indian products it will be around 18%.
Piyush will discuss this in greater detail. For the moment, this latest response coming in from Manish Tiwari. Let's listen in to what he said.
जो ट्रेड डील हुआ है अमेरिका के साथ उसको लेकर के क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, जिस तरह की घोषणा राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप की तरफ से हुई है वो भारत की जो सामरिक ऑटोनॉमी है उसके लिए एक बहुत बड़ा सवाल खड़ा करती है। प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप का ये कहना कि हम रूस से तेल नहीं खरीदेंगे, वेनेजुएला से खरीदेंगे, 18% भारत के एक्सपोर्ट्स के ऊपर टैरिफ लगेगा, अमेरिका के एक्सपोर्ट 0% पे रहेंगे, $500 बिलियन का सामान भारत अमेरिका से खरीदेगा। उसके अलावा जो उनके एग्रीकल्चर सेक्रेटरी की तरफ से बयान आया है, जो उनके कृषि मंत्री हैं, कि भारत के जो बाजार हैं वो अमेरिकी कृषि पदार्थों के लिए पूरी तरह से खोल दिए जाएंगे। ये बहुत ही गंभीर सवाल है और इसीलिए हमने काम रोक को प्रस्ताव दिया है कि इसके ऊपर पूरी तरह से संसद में चर्चा होनी चाहिए।
सरकार और कुछ एक्सपर्ट्स इस तरीके से कह रहे हैं कि एक सुपर डील है और इसका फायदा काफी होगा आने वाले दिनों में, और बीजेपी के कई नेता भी इस तरीके
का। अगर सुपर डील है तो संसद में आके बहस कर लेना सुपर डील के ऊपर।
बिल्कुल। जितेंद्र सिंह, दिल्ली, आज तक।
And that's the word coming in from the opposition, demanding finer details on how India has struck this trade deal with the United States. Prima facie, of course, that the reciprocal tariff has been reduced to 18%. But is it coming at a cost, is what the opposition is asking. More responses coming in. Let's listen in.
America needs India. Both are large economies, both have large populations. America cannot replace the supply chains from India very easily. But President Trump is a very mercurial president. At one stage he said the Indian economy is dead. Now he says that he's very happy to trade with India. At one stage he said that he interceded to stop the war between India and Pakistan, and he said that numerous times. So really do not know where Trump stands. I mean, right now he has announced in his social media post that he is reducing the tariff to 18%. But what are the conditions precedent for that? I mean, he's prohibiting India from buying oil from Russia, from Iran, two long-standing trading partners of India, and he's saying that India will buy oil from his new colony Venezuela. Then he is saying that India will buy $500 billion worth of goods from the United States. Are we buying $500 billion worth of goods from the United States right now? Or are we capable of buying that? Is there a sovereign guarantee which the Indian government must give in order to buy $500 billion worth of goods? So until we have the details of a trade pact, how can we pass judgment? We can't be passing judgment merely on social media posts of President Trump. And President Trump is known to be making very, on impulse, he makes a lot of statements. So how can we pass judgment until we get full details? And the government of India must give a comprehensive statement and must also say what concessions they are giving to the United States and what concessions the United States is giving to India to trade. I am again reiterating, India needs America, America needs India. We have both large economies, large populations, and we must both mutually work together. There is no doubt about that. But the details, the devil is in the details. They have always said that India needs America and America.
In the meanwhile, we cut across to more breaking news coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi on what he said with regards to this trade deal. This is big inside scoop coming in on India Today, where Prime Minister Modi said that he had stated earlier that the world order is changing. This became evident after COVID, and today the world order is twisting in India's favor. Prime Minister Narendra Modi said in the parliamentary meet that a major trade deal that has been concluded, which is a very big victory for our diplomacy, and it shows that patience always pays off. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also said in that meeting that conferences of manufacturing units should be organized in every district. Prime Minister Modi said all these aspects in the NDA parliamentary meet that happened this morning. He said that the US trade deal had created a positive environment. People were criticizing it, but we remained patient and it yielded results. Now, he added, manufacturing should increase and we should produce high quality products. That's the big statement that has come in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as all the NDA leaders lauded Prime Minister Narendra Modi's leadership over what they call a historic moment, the India-US trade deal that has been sealed, and the reciprocal tariffs on part of the US has now been reduced to 18%. But we see the backlash coming in from the opposition, where they have several questions over the finer details of how this deal has been struck, as they call out the quote-unquote government's silence on agriculture, warning that increased imports of subsidized American farm products would hurt our farmers for sure. They have also gone on to flag the tariff asymmetry, arguing that Indian exporters face steep duties while US goods entering India duty-free, calling this an arrangement which is not a fair deal. So that's the word coming in from the opposition. But prima facie experts call it a historic deal, the biggest deal, the mother of all deals, for the very reason that India has now certainly scored over the others when it comes to US reducing the reciprocal tariffs for India. US President Donald Trump, who said this is out of respect and friendship with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, that he has agreed for a reciprocal tariff on Indian goods from 25% to 18%. And while that statement at the moment is being celebrated, this, remember that the timing is extremely important. India having struck the FTA with EU, and within a few days we see how the India-US trade deal has also been sealed. That statement coming in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the NDA Parliamentary meet that happened this morning, where he said that he had stated earlier that the world order is changing, that had become evident after COVID, and today the world order is twisting, but he says it is in favor of India. Prime Minister Narendra Modi also said in that meeting that a major trade deal has been concluded, which is a big victory for our diplomacy, and it shows that patience always pays off. Prime Minister Narendra Modi said in that meeting that conferences of manufacturing units should be organized in every district. This is to boost manufacturing in India. He said all of this during the parliamentary meet that happened this morning, where he said that the US trade deal had created a positive environment. People were criticizing it all along, but we remained patient and it has yielded results, unquote. He also added that manufacturing should increase and we should produce high-quality products. Prime Minister Narendra Modi giving a direction to how India should now tackle its own manufacturing amid all that we see of dealing in trade with the EU, with the US, and how India must focus on manufacturing within. Let me take this to my colleague Piyush Mishra, who continues to stay with us on the broadcast. Big statement coming in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, also reflecting on his leadership, on his vision, where he went on to say, Piyush, that the world order is changing, and that had become evident after COVID, but it is now changing in favor of India. He also said that this deal has created a positive environment, but the focus must be on manufacturing high-quality products within. So much so that he said that conferences of manufacturing units must be organized in every district.
Well, that's right. Narendra Modi sent out a clear message that the world order is now changing, and that this world order is in the favor of India. He has also gone on to say that after COVID, world order has changed and is twisting towards India. He has also stressed on the manufacturing capacity of our country. He has said that every district should have manufacturing units because Make in India products should reach in every part of the world. Remember that in the last few days, Suesha, we have had deals signed with various countries. Around 39 countries are there with whom we have signed trade deals, and the biggest trade deal is India-US trade deal. Couple of days back, we also had signed a FTA, foreign trade free trade agreement with European Union, which is also being seen as the mother of all deals. And after the signing of mother of all deals, we have the biggest ever, greatest ever deal signed with United States of America, to which Prime Minister was giving reference. Prime Minister is also saying that it's high time that we should increase our manufacturing capability. In fact, Prime Minister has always been stressing upon Make in India products, and he also encourages people of the country to prefer Make in India products. And now when we have a large number of Make in India products, then we will have a capability of sending these products to various markets. Remember that in this trade deal which has been signed with United States, the tariff has been brought down from 50% to 18%, which is indicating that India is the only economy among the list of emerging economies which is facing the least tariff. The highest after India is 19%. We are now facing 18%, and that is certainly a huge development as far as trade deal with US is concerned. Remember that in the last few days, teams from India, secretary level members, minister level members have traveled to US. From US also various teams have come, and the trade negotiations have taken place. Multiple rounds of negotiations have taken place, and after that this trade deal has been signed. We also remember that after the India-EU trade deal, there was a lot of buzz which was created across the globe. Various countries were discussing about this trade deal with the European Union, and after that, America, when it did not find any other solution but to deal with India, has now lowered down the tariff from 50% to 18%, which is a huge significant development for India. After this trade deal, the Make in India products is certainly going to have their markets in various big countries, in fact, in various developed countries. That's what Kiran Rijiju, UN Parliamentary Affairs, has also stressed. So, Prime Minister, when he was speaking during the Parliamentary Party meet, he was not only felicitated, but he also sent out a clear message that the world order is changing, and this world order is now keeping a lot of focus on India. It is twisting towards India, and it is happening after COVID. Prime Minister also added, Suresh, that after COVID, Prime Minister has been talking about all these things from various global platforms, and now what he was saying is becoming reality, which means India is now in focus of various countries, of various emerging economies. And after this trade deal which has been signed with the United States of America, a lot of benefit will be extended to India's manufacturers.
And we'll continue to break down all the details of the US trade deal. Piyush, at the moment, I want to thank you for getting us the very latest. We also wait and watch what unfolds in Parliament on this subject. Needless to say, the greatest of all deals has been sealed. After much deliberation and dialogue, India and US have sealed the crucial trade deal. The US president took to Truth Social to announce the deal, under which the US will cut reciprocal tariff from 25% to 18%. He described Modi as a great friend and said the agreement followed direct talks between the two leaders. Donald Trump also claimed that India has agreed to stop buying Russian oil and to buy much more from the United States and Venezuela. His post was followed by one from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who conveyed his gratitude towards Trump for the announcement. Prime Minister Modi also said cooperation between the two large economies and the world's largest democracies would unlock opportunities for mutually beneficial growth. He described Trump's leadership as vital for global peace, stability and prosperity. Remember, the trade deal comes days after India signed a major free trade agreement, or the mother of all deals, with the European Union, which is seen to have increased the pressure on the US to finalize the trade deal.
Well, look, we obviously have read through that tweet multiple times. He's talked about the friendship. He's talked about how India is going to be, stopping purchasing oil. But look, I think, one theme that has happened in the past couple of months is the fact that we were also cruising to this point, in the sense that there were positive indicators both from Washington, D.C. and in New Delhi. And I think the catalyst for this is Ambassador Sergio Gore. It's not even been a month he's in India, that he has been to India. And he's done you look at the meetings he's been able to do. You look at the kind of people that has come to India after he went to India. You had a congressional delegation, you had senators, you had the army secretary, him himself meeting Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal twice, making sure that Secretary Rubio calls EM Jaishankar, invites him to Washington, D.C. for this Pax Silica announcement, which is going to happen in 2 days from now. So essentially, I think, we've come to a point where things are moving. And what I've also been able to pick from the people that I've spoken to, I think there was also realization that Europe, which got this deal from India last week, there was that understanding that, look, we took a stand for Europe, but they themselves got a deal with India. So what's the point right now, to have India pay this punitive tariffs? So I think a lot of factors played into that. But if you look at what President Trump has said, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said all through these 11, 10 months, he's always maintained, President Trump, that Prime Minister Modi is a very dear friend. And that's how he started off, in his tweet. And then the kind of response the deal is getting from Capitol Hill, from leaders in the Senate, from the leaders in the House, from businesses, U.S.-India Business Council, everybody is welcoming this. So I think it's a big win for India and the U.S.
And U.S. envoy to India, Sergio Gore's mega exclusive as U.S. envoy Sergio Gore hailed the great deal. Here's an exclusive conversation. Listen in.
Since I arrived in India a month ago, I have repeated many times that the president considers the prime minister a true friend. And I mean that. And that is the reason this deal got done so fast, and we've been able to move things along in an incredible direction. I've often said that India and the United States have limitless potential, and that is because of the leadership of President Trump and Prime Minister Modi. So we're very happy. We're thrilled with this deal. There's so many things ahead between our two countries, but tonight it's a great evening for both nations.
Ambassador Gore, some more details here. When two large economies and the world's largest democracies work together, that's what Prime Minister Modi is saying. It benefits our people and unlocks immense opportunities. This was a deal which has taken a lot of time, but finally it appears that both sides have agreed on most of the points here.
No, look, you're 100% right. This is a complex deal. As you mentioned, India is one of the most important and one of the largest economies. This is not a small country. To put it in perspective, the deal with the European Union, it took almost 20 years. So in the grand scale of things, this is not that long. But we're thrilled that we're able to get to this successful result. The Prime Minister has incredible leadership. The President truly considers him a dear friend. He actually extended an invite for him this evening to visit India once again. The President recalled his fond memories of visiting India the last time. And so that's something, when the President came back into office, he had a great relationship that was built upon previous years. And that relationship carried over many years, and it's something that will continue leading ahead.
In February 2025, Prime Minister Modi had said that the United States and India had set a target of doubling their bilateral trade to $500 billion by 2030. The two nations had also said that they would work together on artificial intelligence and semiconductors and focus on establishing strong supply chains for strategic minerals. Listen in.
आज हमने द्विपक्षीय व्यापार को 2030 तक 2 गुना से भी अधिक बढ़ाकर $500 बिलियन तक पहुंचाने का लक्ष्य निर्धारित किया है। हमारी टीमें एक पारस्परिक लाभकारी ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट को शीघ्र संपन्न करने पर काम करेगी। भारत की ऊर्जा सुरक्षा सुनिश्चित करने में हम ऑयल तथा गैस ट्रेड को बल देंगे। ऊर्जा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में निवेश भी बढ़ेगा। न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी क्षेत्र में हमने
And that's the statement that came in from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, where he had gone on to say that India had been working towards this deal and said that the United States and India had set a target of doubling their targets as far as achieving that mutually is concerned. Meanwhile, Trump's conditions that have been laid for the trade deal between the two nations and that primarily being called out by the opposition. One, to cut Russian oil purchases to zero, that is the condition that US has laid, and India having agreed to it. To buy Venezuelan crude oil is the second condition that has been laid. To reduce tariffs and non-tariffs to zero condition, EU pact like duty-free access for US goods is the fourth condition that has been laid, and to buy $500 billion worth of US products is the fifth condition that has been laid by the US, which has been allegedly accepted by India in order to go ahead with this trade deal. And well, just before US President Donald Trump announced the confirmation of a major trade deal with India, he made a surprising post on his Truth Social account featuring the India Today magazine. The post immediately caught the attention, raising a key question: what is the story behind this magazine cover, and how did the US President take note of it? The answer lies in a fascinating behind-the-scenes narrative. From global power corridors to editorial impact, Group Editorial Director of India Today, Raj Chengappa, who revealed how the magazine reached the highest political office in the United States and why its message mattered at a crucial geopolitical moment. Listen in to this interesting story.
It was good to see President Trump tweet to put in Truth Social the India Today cover, and clearly he seemed to have liked the cover. But my question,
one thing I'll share with the viewers that I think I told you, Raj. I ran into Raj at the Republic Day reception that Her Excellency the President hosted, and I ran into Raj and I told him, I went to a meeting and I saw the most incredible cover, and I took a picture and I sent it to the President. Little did I know that he would be posting it online. I would have gotten a better picture of it, not as crumpled. And I appreciated you sent me some brand new copies recently of it. So those are actually in the mail to the White House.
Now remember, what is happening in the current scheme of things is completely opposite to what Trump had said earlier a few months ago, where he called the Indian economy a dead economy. Trump is now saying that India should buy $500 billion worth of goods, and these should all be provided and sent by the US. Trump had earlier said that they don't care what India does. But now, how that has changed, Trump has said that Prime Minister Modi gets things done. In another contradiction, where Trump earlier had said that we have very little business with India, now that has seen a complete twist. Trump has said that the relationship with India is getting stronger. So you see how the stance has completely shifted of how Trump had undermined the Indian economy and the leadership, but now he goes on to hail it. On that note, it is time for us to slip into a very short commercial break. We'll be back on the other side with the very latest. Do stay tuned to India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Introducing Motorola's Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
India's longest standing biannual survey. India Today Mood of the Nation. How does India assess Narendra Modi's performance as Prime Minister? Has India acted firmly enough on Bangladesh minority issues? Who do citizens blame most for Delhi's worsening air pollution? India Today Mood of the Nation has the answers. On stands now. Read it in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now. Log on to subscriptions.intoday.in. Lollapalooza India's 4th edition has wrapped 2 electrifying days at Mumbai's Mahalakshmi Racecourse, where global heavyweights met fan fever. From Playboy Carti's debut to Linkin Park, making millennials' dream come true. The 4th edition was fire and ice, both, drawing over 60,000 fans each day. Day 1 kicked off with a blast. Playboy Carti, hyper, unpredictable, among others, stormed the main stage with feral energy. Supported by Destroy Lonely and Homicide Gang, Carti turned the grounds into a mosh pit playground, driving the crowd wild. But the day's biggest cheers belonged to Youngblood. The British firebrand did not just perform, he erupted. From climbing stage rigs to pouring unfiltered emotion into every lyric, his set became the emotional peak of day 1, drawing the loudest roar from the festival crowd.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Ranveer Singh starrer impressed audiences.
See you in hell. मैं भी वहीं आ रहा हूँ, लेकिन 50-60 साल के बाद.
However, film producer Ramesh Taurani has now put those rumors to rest as he confirmed that Akshay Khanna will not be returning to the franchise. He has also addressed casting buzz surrounding Race 4, including reports suggesting that Saif Ali Khan and Siddharth Malhotra had been finalized, for which he clarified that no actor has been logged in yet and that the team is currently focused on developing the script. Last year, the makers had also issued an official statement dismissing rumors about Harshvardhan Rane and Rakulpreet Singh being part of the film, urging fans not to believe unverified casting reports. The Race franchise is known for frequent changes in its core cast, while Saif Ali Khan and Akshay Khanna led the first film in 2008 alongside Bipasha Basu, Katrina Kaif and Anil Kapoor.
Race is on my mind, race is in my soul, race is in my life. My heart is racing on, racing on, racing on.
TVS N-Torque 150, India's first 150cc hypersport scooter. Purvankara, the art of development celebrating 50 years.
Hey, good afternoon once again, and thank you for tuning into India Today. You're watching Lunch Break. I'm Suesha Sound. First up, a quick check of the top headlines we're tracking for you this hour. Big inside scoop on the NDA meet where Prime Minister briefed MPs. Modi says trade deal is positive, says people criticized the deal but we were patient, claims world order changing in India's favor. Big breakthrough in India-US talks. India-US trade deal done and dusted. Tariffs on India lowered to 18% from 50%. Trump says Prime Minister Modi and I get things done. Prime Minister Modi says big thank you to Donald Trump. Politics erupts over India-US deal, asks what happened to India's strategic economy. I beg your pardon, autonomy, says trade deal announced by Washington, asks when did we outsource trade announcements. ED is conducting searches at 12 locations in West Bengal in connection with a coal mining case. Massive searches are on in Ambassadorial area. Big breaking news coming in first up. Investors richer by 20 lakh crore rupees. Yes, that's the news coming in from D Street, where diplomacy delight has played its way. Stocks are surging on trade deal is the big news that is just coming in as Nifty has jumped 1250. Sensex is up by 4,200 points. It is the biggest single day gap up that has opened ever since the US trade deal announcement has come in. Export heavy stocks are skyrocketing especially. That's the big news coming in as D Street is clearly in celebration mode over how India and US have sealed the trade deal. Investors were richer by 20 lakh crore rupees. Yes, that's the news coming in as Nifty has surged. It has jumped up 1250. Sensex has jumped up by 4,200 plus points. And remember, this is the biggest single day gap up that has opened up. Most importantly, export heavy stocks that have skyrocketed especially. This after India and US have sealed that trade deal and reciprocal tariff has been reduced from 25% to 18%. Remember, this is being called as the greatest of all deals after India and EU sealed the FTA and how that was termed as the mother of all deals. Good news that also came in as far as India-US trade deal is concerned. And needless to say, how the markets are in celebration mode. Investors are richer by 20 lakh crore rupees because diplomacy delight has certainly played out on the Lal Street. Stocks have surged on the trade deal news. Not just that, this especially refers to export-heavy stocks that have skyrocketed today. Nifty has jumped 1250, Sensex is up by 4,200 plus points. And remember, this is the biggest single day gap up opened ever. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's called it a positive environment with the way the trade deal has now been finalized with the US. And he's also gone on to say that there must be an all-out attempt to boost manufacturing internally in every district as this is being looked at as a historic deal by the Modi government. First the India-EU FTA and now sealing the trade deal with the United States after months of back and forth that has been witnessed and how negotiations have been on for the longest time. It has been locked. The deal between India and US has been sealed, with the US now reducing the reciprocal tariffs to 18%. Now, while the final print is awaited, and we've seen how the opposition has responded, demanding a full-fledged discussion in the Parliament, but markets are certainly in celebration mode, and we see how the excitement is high. Investors are richer by 20 lakh crore rupees as diplomacy has played out in full swing, and that is showing in the numbers reflecting on the Lal Street. Stocks have surged on the trade deal news that came in last night, where Nifty has now jumped 1250, Sensex is up by more than 4,200 points, And remember, this is the biggest single-day gap-up open ever. Sakshi Batra getting us all the details.
That's right. It's a brilliant day for the Indian stock markets. In fact, a wealth creation day for Indian stock market investors at large. The US-India trade deal has finally pulled up a lot of strings there that investors were waiting for. In fact, in the intraday level, we have seen that investors have got richer by 20 lakh crore rupees. That's the big number. That's because the BSE listed stocks have all got their market cap lifted by 20 lakh crore rupees. It was at 455 lakh crore rupees yesterday. And today, at the opening quotes of the Sensex, we saw it go up by 400 or up to 475 lakh crore rupees. And that's how 20 lakh crore rupees figure has actually come in. Of course, the markets are going up and down, and this figure can change every moment. But remember, this is also because the Nifty also rallied by 1,200 points right at the opening quote. This is the single biggest gain for the Nifty that we've ever seen in the history of Indian stock markets as well. And that's the kind of reflection that you're seeing and the buoyancy that you're seeing after the US-India trade deal has been inked finally, and tariffs have been brought down from 50% to 18% now, and this has really lifted investor sentiment. Remember, for almost a year, we've been waiting for this uncertainty to go away, and finally the US-India trade deal has been inked, as has been announced by both Donald Trump as well as Prime Minister Narendra Modi. A lot of Indian sectors are reflecting this positivity. Look at the textile-oriented names. Most of the stocks are up by anywhere between 15 to 20%. Gokaldas Exports, KPR Mills, Indocount, you name it. All these stocks are up and about. We are also looking at a lot of marine export names like Apex Frozen Foods, even Avanti Feeds, that's up. Chemical-oriented names like Aarti Industries, UPL, those stocks are higher in trade. Gems and jewelry is also up, and even auto ancillary stocks. Remember, a lot of auto companies, like even Tata Motors, has a huge exposure in the US by way of JLR exports. Also, we have seen that auto ancillary names, the tire exporters, we're looking at the ancillary names like Sona BLW, Samvardhan Motherson. These are all the stocks that are making investors richer in trade today, right after the announcement of the US-India trade deal.
And cutting across to more breaking news coming in, India's Buy American list that is taking shape as trade talks have gained momentum. A report by Reuters says that New Delhi is preparing to step up purchases of US defense equipment, petroleum, electronics and pharmaceutical products as part of a broader trade understanding with Washington. Now, according to this report by Reuters, the proposed framework is aimed at narrowing India's trade surplus with the United States while deepening strategic ties. US President Donald Trump has claimed India could buy up to $500 billion worth of American goods under the evolving arrangement. The move signals a significant shift in procurement priorities for India. India's defense and energy imports that are expected to lead the list. Experts say Economic Balancing Act and a geopolitical alignment is likely as India looks to smooth trade friction and strengthen bilateral cooperation with the United States. And that's the big news coming in according to Reuters, where India is now all set to act on the finer details of what has been discussed between India and the US as part of this trade deal, because this report states that New Delhi is preparing to step up purchases of US defense equipment, petroleum and electronics. Meanwhile, U.S. Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins has said that India-U.S. trade deal would allow Washington to export more farm products to India, giving a boost to rural America. Rollins noted that in 2024, the U.S. had an agricultural trade deficit of $1.3 billion with India and called India's growing population an important market for American produce. She decided the deal as another America First victory on top of numerous other agricultural agreements. The deal has drawn attention.
The only strong leader like me, इस तरीके के शब्दों का उपयोग करते हुए उन्होंने यह कहा कि मैं टैरिफ को 25% से रिड्यूस करके 18% करता हूं। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने उसका जवाब दिया और उसमें धन्यवाद दिया है। सरकार किसी बात से भी, कोई भी बात से चर्चा करने से पीछे नहीं रहती है, हमेशा आगे रहती है। मैंने आज भी इनको आश्वस्त किया कि गवर्नमेंट विल कम आउट ऑन अ सो मोटो स्टेटमेंट टुडे इटसेल्फ। वी आर रेडी फॉर इट। और हम चर्चा करने के लिए भी तैयार हैं। कौन सी बात का चर्चा आपने नहीं की? आपने जी राम जी कहा, उस पर हमने चर्चा की। आपने SIR कहा, हमने उस पर चर्चा की। आप देश में एक वातावरण बनाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि सरकार कुछ छुपा रही है, सरकार चर्चा नहीं करना चाहती। अरे आपके पास मुद्दे नहीं रह गए। यू आर इशूलेस पार्टी नाउ, यू हैव गॉट नो इशू। और मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि आपका बड़ा गैर जिम्मेदाराना व्यवहार है, इररिस्पॉन्सिबल बिहेवियर है, और ये एक तरीके से गैर राष्ट्रवादी व्यवहार है। इसको भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। इट इज एंटी नेशनल। इनको नेशन से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। ये आज ऐसे मुकाम पर आकर के पहुंचे हैं जहां इनका फ्रस्ट्रेशन हर मोड़ पर दिख रहा है।
नाउ फर्स्ट सप्लीमेंट्री डॉक्टर मेहता विश्रम कुलकर्णी जी।
माननीय सभापति महोदय, मैं सरकार का अभिनंदन करती हूं। उत्तर में ये साफ दिखाई दे रहा है कि UPI भारत के बाहर भी 8 देशों में उपयोग में आ रहा है और आज दुनिया में सबसे अच्छी डिजिटल पेमेंट टेक्नोलॉजी UPI है। मेरा फर्स्ट सप्लीमेंट्री ये है कि मैं सरकार से ये जानना चाहती हूँ कि जिन देशों ने UPI को स्थानिक भुगतान प्रणालियों से जोड़ने का या उसे संचालित करने की व्यवस्था पहले से लागू की है, वहां इस प्रक्रिया के क्रियान्वयन अथवा एकीकरण में किन किन विशिष्ट नियामकीय, तकनीकी और द्विपक्षीय समन्वय संबंधी चुनौतियों का सामना किया जा रहा है तथा इन चुनौतियों को तैनाती की समय सीमा और दायरे पर क्या प्रभाव पड़ रहा है।
मिनिस्टर।
सभापति महोदय, मैं आपके माध्यम से माननीय सदस्य को अवगत कराना चाहता हूँ।
Heard how Union Minister JP Nadda hit out at the remarks that were made by Rahul Gandhi. Remember, the BJP all out, calling how Rahul Gandhi disrespected Parliament, traditions. This after he quoted excerpts of the unpublished book by General Naravne that caused a huge stir in Parliament yesterday. And this is the latest response coming in from Union Minister JP Nadda, who's hit out at Rahul Gandhi's remarks in Parliament yesterday. So much so that the BJP has gone on to call him childish. Union Minister JP Nadda has said that he should stop these anti-national acts in Parliament. And Rahul Gandhi must understand what to say in Parliament, is the latest coming in from Union Minister JP Nadda. We've seen one response after the other coming in from BJP bigwigs against Rahul Gandhi's behavior, where JP Nadda said that his behavior is condemnable. Let me take this to my colleague Piyush Mishra joining us live. Piyush, we've seen a slew of responses so far from top leaders of the BJP after what happened in Parliament yesterday, and the latest to react to this is none other than JP Nadda, who said that Rahul Gandhi must stop these anti-national acts.
Well, that's right. We are now seeing as to how JP Nadda has slammed the opposition. In fact, Rahul Gandhi, especially for making these anti-India remarks, he was briefing there to the Rajya Sabha. JP Nadda was speaking in the capacity of leader of the House, and while speaking, he has also stressed upon the fact that very soon the government is going to make the statement on India-US trade deal. He was also mentioning about the kind of exchange of words that have taken place between Donald Trump and PM Narendra Modi. After highlighting the relevance of India-US trade deal, JP Nadda, the leader of the House in Rajya Sabha, has also stressed upon the fact that the government will soon make a suo motu statement on the entire trade deal. The minister concerned will brief Parliament. It will put out all the details as far as this trade deal is concerned. At the same time, JP Nadda has also slammed opposition for creating ruckus in Parliament. He has gone on to say that the kind of behavior of opposition in both the houses, be it in Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, is completely condemnable, is unfortunate, and is a blot on democracy. That how these opposition MPs are coming to the well, creating ruckus. They are not letting Parliament to function, and that's why we saw how JP Nadda had gone on to say that we are ready to respond. Why opposition is not ready to listen? So we are now seeing exchange of words are now taking place in Lok Sabha and in Rajya Sabha. As far as Lok Sabha is concerned, Suesha, the opposition MPs are demanding that government must put forth the full details of India-US trade deal, and that's why the ruckus took place at 11 a.m. And now when the House has resumed, we are seeing similar sort of ruckus taking place. As far as Rajya Sabha is concerned, the ruckus continues to take place where the opposition MPs are demanding government to answer on the India-US trade deal. And while this ruckus was taking place, JP Nadda, started speaking, and he briefed the Parliament about India-US trade deal. He's also slammed the opposition political parties for continuously creating ruckus and not letting Parliament to function.
Oh yes, that was bound to come in, Piyush, given the fact that since this morning we've been watching ruckus unfold on the floor of the House. In fact, opposition MPs who even stormed into the well of the House. And like you rightly said, questioning the government over the India-US trade deal and its finer points, most importantly on whether it is anti-farmers. The other point, of course, over the excerpts from that unpublished book by General Naravne, where the BJP continues to state that this is anti-national, this is not patriotism. Rahul Gandhi did not keep up with the traditions of the Parliament. He did not even respect President Murmu. And now once again upping the ante on Rahul Gandhi, but the opposition backing down in no way, keeping up that momentum, saying that we want a debate on these two matters.
Well, no doubt about it. Suesha, today when Rahul Gandhi entered in Parliament, he saw Jagdambika Pal standing there at the stairs of Parliament, and while he was going inside the Parliament, he again told to Jagdambika Pal that Jagdambika Pal, in the capacity of a chair, he did not let Rahul Gandhi speak yesterday while he was putting forth his point. So Rahul Gandhi is very much adamant. He wants to make his point, which is not even published, which is not even out in the public domain. And that's why the Lok Sabha Speaker was stopping him. Lok Sabha Speaker was telling him that whatever Rahul Gandhi was raising has not been published in any book. And when something is not published, how can someone quote there on the floor of the House? But despite multiple rulings of Lok Sabha Speaker, Rahul Gandhi, did not take heed to what Lok Sabha Speaker was saying, and he kept on ranting the same thing. And that led to the adjournment of House also. The House got adjourned because Rahul Gandhi was not listening to what Lok Sabha Speaker was saying. And after continuous ruckus, we saw how Lok Sabha got adjourned yesterday, and today, while the House got resumed, again we saw similar sort of ruckus taking place there in Lok Sabha and also in Rajya Sabha. The government leaders have come out in open, and they are saying that Rahul Gandhi is just making anti-India remarks, and Congress party has no right to talk about the border issues, because in 1959 and in 1962, the then Congress government had surrendered before China, and as far as Modi rule is concerned, under the leadership of PM Narendra Modi, the borders are completely secure, and nobody can even raise the eyebrow towards the borders areas of the country. So we are now seeing how what's continued to escalate between opposition and the government, where government has again slammed. It was especially JP Nadda, who is also leader of the House in Rajya Sabha, has gone to say to Rahul Gandhi that he's making anti-India remarks. Apart from that, we also saw JP Nadda slamming opposition for continuously creating ruckus in Rajya Sabha, not letting House to function.
Right.
So we are again seeing how massive ruckus being reported both in Lok Sabha and in Rajya Sabha.
Please stay on. In the meanwhile, we'll once again listen into that statement made by JP Nadda.
कल देर रात अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति जी ने एक ट्वीट किया है, जिसमें उन्होंने टैरिफ्स के बारे में प्रधानमंत्री जी को अवगत कराया, और उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री जी के बारे में एक सच्चे दोस्त के बारे में भी चर्चा की है उस ट्वीट में। उसके बाद आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने
It is not correct on your part. You want the government to
अदा किया।
Answer.
और
Government is
इस सारी
answering
बात
your
के बारे
shouting.
में
नहीं, this is not good.
उन्होंने विस्तृत रूप से धन्यवाद देते हुए ट्रेड के बारे में जो भारत और अमेरिका के संबंध है उसकी चर्चा की है इस ट्वीट में। मैं यहाँ ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि मैं विपक्ष की हताशा, विपक्ष का फ्रस्ट्रेशन ये स्पष्ट मुझे दिखता है, जिन्हें अच्छाई में भी बुराई दिखने का एक तरीका बन गया है। मैं सरकार की तरफ से आपको ये आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि सरकार पूरी ट्रेड के बारे में, ऑल माइन्यूट डिटेल्स के बारे में सरकार आएगी और आपको बताएगी और कंसर्न मंत्री उसके बारे में चर्चा करेंगे। बहुत जल्द सरकार सो मोटो स्टेटमेंट देने वाली है और इस ट्रेड डील के बारे में भी विस्तृत रूप से चर्चा करने के लिए सरकार तैयार है। लेकिन ये जो तरीका है, दिस मेथोडोलॉजी, ये तरीका प्रजातंत्र के लिए बहुत बड़ा घातक है और इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस और इंडिया अलायंस का इररिस्पॉन्सिबल बिहेवियर है। इट इज एन इररिस्पॉन्सिबल बिहेवियर when the government is ready to answer each and every question and when the government is ready to give us details. Mr. Suraj, you should understand.
You want the government to respond, but the government is responding.
And there you saw how JP Nadda was putting out that statement amid the ruckus unfolding in Parliament on day 2 of the budget session, where this primarily over what had transpired in the Parliament yesterday. Rahul Gandhi quoting excerpts of that unpublished book by General Narendra, where he said that the opposition demands answers when it comes to issues of national security, but the government, and there you heard that statement from JP Nadda, who just said that the government is willing to answer, but the behavior of Rahul Gandhi has been condemnable.
कल देर रात अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति जी ने एक ट्वीट किया है जिसमें उन्होंने टैरिफ्स के बारे में प्रधानमंत्री जी को अवगत कराया और उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री जी के बारे में एक सच्चे दोस्त के बारे में भी चर्चा की है उस ट्वीट में। उसके बाद आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने
It is not correct on your part. You want the government to
शुक्रिया अदा किया।
answer.
और
The government is answering your shouting. नहीं, this is not good.
उन्होंने विस्तृत रूप से धन्यवाद देते हुए ट्रेड के बारे में जो भारत और अमेरिका के संबंध है उसकी चर्चा की है उस ट्वीट में। मैं यहाँ ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि मैं विपक्ष की हताशा, विपक्ष का फ्रस्ट्रेशन ये स्पष्ट मुझे दिखता है, जिन्हें अच्छाई में भी बुराई दिखने का एक तरीका बन गया है। मैं सरकार की तरफ से आपको ये आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं कि सरकार पूरी ट्रेड के बारे में, ऑल माइन्यूट डिटेल्स के बारे में सरकार आएगी और आपको बताएगी और कंसर्न मंत्री उसके बारे में चर्चा करेंगे। बहुत जल्द सरकार सो मोटो स्टेटमेंट देने वाली है और इस ट्रेड डील के बारे में भी विस्तृत रूप से चर्चा करने के लिए सरकार तैयार है। लेकिन ये जो तरीका है, दिस मेथोडोलॉजी, ये तरीका प्रजातंत्र के लिए बहुत बड़ा घातक है और इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस और इंडिया अलायंस का इररिस्पॉन्सिबल बिहेवियर है। It is an irresponsible behavior when the government is ready to answer each and every question and when the government is ready to give us details. Mr. Suraj, you should understand.
You want the government to respond, but the government is responding.
Piyush Mishra, my colleague, who continues to stay with us on the broadcast. And Piyush, how does this possibly pivot the ongoing developments in Parliament, given the fact that JP Nadda is saying that the government is ready to answer every question, but the methodology used by the opposition is not right?
Well, that's right. Rajya Sabha, in Rajya Sabha, we saw JP Nadda, who was speaking in the capacity of leader of the House, and he was again and again requesting opposition to let the parliament function, but because of the continuous ruckus, we saw how the house got adjourned, and the house has again, Rajya Sabha has again been resumed. But the point here is that why opposition is not letting parliament to function. JP Nadda has also asked from various opposition leaders as to why they are using this kind of methodology when the government is very much ready to respond to each and every query of opposition political parties, and why not to let the parliament function. That's what JP Nadda is asking from the opposition political parties. The ruckus was reported in both the houses of parliament in Lok Sabha and in Rajya Sabha at 11 a.m. when the House got resumed. The discussion on motion of thanks to the President's speech on budget was to take place, but because of continuous ruckus, the Lok Sabha got adjourned. Soon after that, we saw similar sort of ruckus taking place in Rajya Sabha, and while the Rajya Sabha got resumed, we again saw almost all opposition party MPs started creating ruckus. They started raising slogans, and while the sloganing was being done by these MPs of opposition, JP Nadda stood up and he made a brief reply in Rajya Sabha saying that the government is committed. Government is very much ready to make statement on the issue of India-US trade deal, but why opposition is not listening to what government is saying? That's what JP Nadda has gone on to ask. Is also, gone on to say, Swesha, that the kind of methodology which the opposition parties are adopting is completely anti-democracy. It's a blot on democracy. And when the government is very much ready to answer each and every query of opposition, then why opposition is not letting the parliament to function? So we are now seeing the Swesha ruckus taking place in both Lok Sabha and in Rajya Sabha, where the opposition continues to mount pressure on the government to reply not only on the issue of India-US trade deal, but also the kind of points those were raised yesterday by Rahul Gandhi. We'll have to wait and watch for how long this ruckus will continue. As we are speaking, both the houses of parliament had got adjourned a couple of minutes back. What we are learning from our sources that there was a meeting which took place at the office of Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, where the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju was present, and also Deputy Leader of the Congress Party in Lok Sabha, Gaurav Gogoi, was present. And after that meeting, it seems like the consensus has been built, and most likely Lok Sabha is likely to function smoothly from 2 p.m.
Oh yes, absolutely, Piyush. And meanwhile, the opposition coming out in full support of Rahul Gandhi. A short while ago, my colleague Moshmi, who had a conversation with Arvind Sawant as he went on to support Rahul Gandhi over the issue of this unpublished book and putting out excerpts of that memoir by General Narendra. Listen in.
सर, जिस तरीके से लगातार राहुल गांधी जो बात कह रहे हैं उसको लेके लगातार सरकार और कांग्रेस के बीच में ठन गई है, आपको क्या लगता है कि जनरल नरवाने साहब को लेके सुरक्षा बढ़ाने की बात हो रही है?
बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है. You continue. I mean, we have to look into that. The Narawane's protection it should be increased and it should be enhanced to such a level. It should not be given threat by anyone right now, because the book about which they say they have not published the book, but the book's extracts were printed in the caravan. So that has already been printed, is it not? The fact remains. The fact is what? China was encroaching. Right now you ask in Northeast, some placards have been, some notices have been placed by China. Vacate this place.
आज से लगातार हंगामा चल रहा है. राहुल गांधी को बोलने का मौका. राहुल जी आज बोलेंगे आप? सर बोलते ही हाउस एडजर्न हो जा रहा है. राहुल जी क्या वजह कि आप ऐसा क्या बोलते हैं हाउस एडजर्न हो जा रहा है? आज मौका मिलेगा कि नहीं आपको?
The government is hailing this deal as a big deal.
सर स्पीकर साहब से बातचीत हुई, कुछ बीच का रास्ता निकला है राहुल जी. तो यहाँ पे देखिए राहुल गांधी बिना कुछ बोले चले गए. अब देखना ये है कि जब हाउस दोबारा सुचारू रूप से चलता है, जितने भी मिनट चलता है, उसमें क्या राहुल गांधी को राष्ट्रपति के अभिभाषण पे जो मोशन ऑफ थैंक्स है उसमें बोलने का मौका मिलता है या नहीं मिलता है. बहरहाल यहाँ मकर द्वार पे कांग्रेस अपनी रणनीति पर चर्चा करते हुए भी नजर आई, और आज राष्ट्रपति के अभिभाषण के अलावा लगातार यूएस ट्रेड डील को लेके विपक्ष दमदार तरीके से ये बात कह रहा है कि विपक्ष जोरदार तरीके से ये बात कह रहा है कि आप यूएस ट्रेड डील के जो डिटेल्स है, जो जानकारी है, वो आप साझा करें। इसको लेके जेपी नड्डा साहब ने वही कहा है कि सुओ मोटो सरकार इस पर सारी जानकारी पटल पर रखेगी। मौसमी सिंह, दिल्ली, आज तक।
Thank you for letting me speak on the presidential address. I was raising a fundamental issue about the relationship between China and India and what happened on the Kailash Ridge between armies. I'd like to go to what Mr. Naravane said.
No.
अब हम तो सोचे राहुल गांधी से थोड़ा सुधर गए होंगे, वो सुधरते नहीं है, सेम चीज भी रिपीट कर रहे हैं, तो रूलिंग हो चुके हैं। सदन को चलने दीजिए, कहने के लिए बहुत बातें हैं सर।
It's a matter of national security. It's a matter of national security. Chinese troops, forces were right in front of our forces. Chinese forces, our forces had taken Kailash Ridge, sir, in eastern Ladakh. Chinese forces.
मैं व्यवस्था चाहता हूं कि ये जो बात जो नेता प्रतिपक्ष कह रहे हैं, यह इसकी जानकारी उनको कहां से प्राप्त हुई है, इसके आधार क्या है, मैं जानना चाहता हूं। यह पूरी तरह से काल्पनिक बातें यहाँ पर सदन के समक्ष रखकर पूरे सदन को गुमराह, केवल सदन को ही नहीं बल्कि सारे देश को यह गुमराह करना चाहते हैं। इसलिए मैं आपसे अनुरोध करूंगा कि इस विषय पर इन्हें बोलने से रोका जाए।
And cutting across to more breaking news coming in, the revenge Hindi teaser of Dhurandhar 2 that is now.
ये नया हिंदुस्तान है, ये घर में घुसेगा भी और मारेगा भी। ये नया हिंदुस्तान है, ये घर में घुसेगा भी।
And there was so much of curiosity, so much of buzz and interest over the film drop in theaters. It's releasing in theaters, and we've also exclusively broke how the film will now change, shifting gears when it comes to streamers from Netflix to Jio. Ghar pe ghusega hi nahi, marega bhi, before the surgical strike. And this is what Ranveer Singh's character is saying in Dhurandhar 2 teaser, and I think that comparison has just added a lot more interest, a lot more buzz and curiosity among fans. And I think Dhurandhar 2 is because realize the kind of impact Dhurandhar had and the kind of expectations now the audiences have when it comes to.
For joining us with all those details, let's once again take a look at this teaser.
और मारेगा भी।
आपको शायद पता नहीं होगा, अपार ने आईएनएस विक्रांत के लिए 150 से ज्यादा तरह के केबल्स बनाए हैं। देश के टॉर्पीडोस में भी हैं अपार के केबल्स। वंदे भारत भी अपार के केबल से ही स्पीड पकड़ती है, और यही वायर्स और केबल्स हमारे घरों को भी पावर करते हैं। विश्वास इसमें अपार, तभी तो ये है देश का तार।
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
India's longest standing biannual survey. India Today Mood of the Nation. As the government handled Trump's Operation Sindoor claims well. If US tariffs remain unchanged, how do Indians think India should respond? Who do citizens blame most for Delhi's worsening air pollution? India Today Mood of the Nation has the answers. On stands now. Read it in the latest issue of India Today, Making Sense of India. Now available for speed delivery on Amazon and Blinkit. Subscribe now. Log on to subscriptions.intoday.in.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
What was meant to be a proud moment for retired railway employees has turned into a bitter picture. 100 rupees per coin is suspected. Retired employees say they feel cheated and insulted. The fake silver medals have raised questions about the railway's purchase processes. With Narendra Sahu in Bhopal, Bureau Report, India Today. Thank you for staying with India Today. I'm Suesha Samant and we cut across to more breaking news coming in. Air India has started inspecting the fuel control switches across its Boeing 787 Dreamliner fleet. Inspections of half the fleet that have been completed already with no glitches found so far, but inspections of the remaining aircraft of Air India are still underway following the reported defect involving a fuel control switch on one of the Air India's B787 aircraft. The airline company's engineering department has escalated the matter to Boeing for priority evaluation. Let me take this to my colleague Shreya Chatterjee joining us on the broadcast. Shreya, what more are you picking up from your sources in Boeing and in Air India to how the checks are being conducted?
Well, Suresha, there was an alarm that was raised after one of the Boeing Dreamliners that was to fly from Bangalore to Heathrow was immediately grounded after the switches were found faulty. Now, Air India has actually carried out a security sweep and they're saying that they've inspected and in fact started inspecting all the fuel control switches across their livery of Boeing 787 Dreamliners. Half of the fleet inspection is already completed and they're saying that they've not found any glitches, but inspection of the remaining aircraft is still underway. After that defect was reported, we had seen there was a statement that was issued by the airline that they have grounded the aircraft, and now the engineering department has escalated the matter to Boeing as well. Boeing, in a statement yesterday, had said that they will be cooperating and they are observing the entire development situation. So this is something which is brought of great concern, especially at the backdrop of the Air India crash report, which is still pending. So clearly, what we are seeing right now is a security sweep that is being carried out by Air India across their Boeing 787 Dreamliner fleet.
Oh yes, and this is important, Shreya. But do also take us through the details of the findings so far with Boeing also putting out details and saying that while half the aircrafts have been checked and there has been no glitch so far, the other half that still remains.
This is a statement that's coming from the Air India team as they say that this is their engineering department which had escalated the matter to Boeing for a priority evaluation, followed by which the security sweep is being carried out. Half of their 787 fleet they have already conducted, and they are saying that in those that the security sweep has been completed, no glitches have been found. But having said that, there's remaining amount of fleet that's still to be inspected. So probably it's a developing story, Suesha. Once the entire inspection is completed, we'll get a better picture on where the situation stands. So far now, that one flight that's concerned, that had been grounded and the checking is still continuing is what we do know.
Right, Shreya. Thank you for those details. And well, months after the deadly Air India crash, a fuel switch scare that has once again raised an alarm, a pilot on Air India flight reported a fuel control switch defect after landing. prompting the airline to ground the Boeing 787 aircraft. With concerns over the Ahmedabad Dreamliner crash still fresh, pilots have yet again warned of the serious safety red flag. Getting you all the details in this report.
Months after the deadly Air India crash, the fuel switch scare is back to haunt the airline and flyers alike. One of the pilots on an Air India flight from London to Bengaluru reported a defeat in the fuel control switch after landing in Bengaluru. Air India has grounded the plane. The aircraft, like the one that crashed in Ahmedabad in June last year, was a Boeing 787. Air India has said that the matter has been communicated to the aviation watchdog DGCA. Earlier, following the DGCA directive, fuel control switches on all Boeing 787 aircraft in its fleet were inspected, but no issues were found. The airline has also flagged the issue to Boeing, which in response has supported Air India's review of the matter.
They should corroborate with the data, flying data recorder and other observations. But if you remember, even in 2018, there has been a recommendatory guidelines by Boeing and FAA about the sensitivity of fuel control mechanism. So we now need to look at it more seriously.
The scare brings back memories of the Boeing 787 Dreamliner, which crashed in Ahmedabad in June last year, killing 260 people. Preliminary probe had revealed that within seconds of takeoff, both engine fuel control switches were moved from run to cut off. As per the cockpit recording, neither pilot knew who turned them off. The fuel control switches were turned back on 10 seconds later, but the engines failed to stabilize. The Pilots Association has now flagged that after the crash, it had repeatedly warned of fuel control switch malfunctions and stressed that all Boeing 787s needed inspection. Pilots have pointed out that the latest incident is history repeating itself and should be viewed as a warning.
This has happened a couple of times in many aircraft around the world. Yet, the Boeing has not found it appropriate to check the electrical systems. We have been stressing upon the need to check these electrical systems to avoid a further future accident or an incident.
Fuel control switches are designed to be fail-safe, and any possible defect can lead to catastrophic consequences. Bureau Report, India Today.
That's all that we could pack for you in this edition of the news. My colleague Seha Murdani joining you on the other side with the very latest. Do stay tuned to India Today.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Daily maximum 23 and minimum 10 degrees. Mumbai maximum 27 and minimum 23 degrees. Kolkata maximum 30 and minimum 14 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 29 and minimum 17 degrees. Chennai maximum 26 and minimum 22 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 29 and minimum 17 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
I think there was an overreaction by the government side because as far as I understood, what Rahulji wished to raise was a matter that is already in the public domain. He was basing himself on a published article in the Caravan magazine, which quotes a memoir by General Naravane that is still unpublished. So the government, instead of objecting to the fact that the book has not been published, should have let him speak, because in any case, the magazine is publicly available. Anyone can read the same article that Rahulji has read. The overreaction of the government has needlessly paralyzed the House this afternoon.
This argument that national security issues cannot be discussed in Parliament is completely a bogus and a specious argument, and therefore it flies in the face of every parliamentary tradition. If Parliament will not discuss national security, then which is the forum which will discuss national security?
I have one question, and this is for the young parents. They have this concern, which has been perhaps flagged by your economic survey. You have spoken about rapid rise of digital addiction and screen-related mental health challenges in India. How much of that is a concern? And what was the need for economic survey to highlight that?
It's a big concern for the simple reason that demographic dividend rests on that. Because today's adolescents are the ones who are going to be part of the workforce tomorrow. And if they are going to be afflicted by anxiety, suicidal thoughts, unable to concentrate and apply themselves in cognitive tasks involving concentration, etc., it will show up in productivity, it will show up in absenteeism, and naturally, therefore, economic output will suffer. So there is a very direct one-to-one correlation between this and what it means for future growth.
TVS N-Torq 150, India's first 150cc hypersport scooter. Purvankara, the art of development, celebrating 50 years.
Hello, very good afternoon. You're watching India Today Television. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's begin this edition with the headlines, the top stories first. This is a big inside scoop on NDA meeting where Prime Minister Narendra Modi, we hear, has briefed MPs. He said, trade deal is positive, says people criticize the deal, but we were patient. Claims world order is changing in India's favor. Big breakthrough in India-US talks. India-US trade deal done and dusted. Tariffs in India lowered to 18% from 50%. From says Prime Minister Modi, and I get things done. Prime Minister Modi says big thanks to President Donald Trump. Politics erupts over India-US deal. Asks what happened to India's strategic autonomy. Says trade deal was announced by Washington. This is the opposition asking, when did we outsource trade announcements? Enforcement Directorate is conducting searches at 12 locations in West Bengal in connection with the coal mining case. Massive searches on in Asansol area. And we'll kickstart this edition with some news just coming in. Has got to do with the controversy over SIR, the Special Intense Revision Drive. This is Mamata Banerjee versus the Election Commission. What we're picking from our sources is that the West Bengal Chief Minister would be appearing before the Supreme Court tomorrow if a matter gets listed. Banerjee to come to Supreme Court for a hearing in her plea against SIR, which is going to be listed tomorrow. Our sources have said that they have received security clearance from the Supreme Court. Security, enough indications, Shrishti, that Banerjee would be there in person. Because she is a Z+ protectee, the security would have been tightened up. That's what you're learning from your sources. Tell us more.
Well, yes, Neha, this is a big India Today exclusive. We have learned from our sources that West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee is all set to appear physically before the Supreme Court during the hearing of her petition that she had filed as a petitioner challenging the SIR process in the state of West Bengal. The matter is likely to be listed tomorrow as per the case details and also as per our sources here at Supreme Court. Now, an important update that we also have is that as per our sources, Mamata Banerjee has already received, her legal team has already received the clearance, the security clearance that is required for her to before she would in her case hearing.
We'll just in fact rectify the line with Shrishti Oja, but this is a mega India Today exclusive news break that Shrishti is getting for us. Mamata Banerjee, in all likelihood, if the matter gets listed tomorrow on SIR, would be appearing before the Apex Court, and there have been clearances that have happened at the Apex Court because she is a Z+ protectee. That is something that was mandatory. This is what Shrishti was telling us. She is back with us now. Shrishti, you were telling us about the fact that there is enough indication that Mamata Banerjee would be in Supreme Court tomorrow. Of course, apart from the legal battle that this is really, this certainly has been a big political challenge, a big political battle, isn't it, in the run-up to the upcoming elections in the state of Bengal?
Well, yes, yeah, definitely the fact that her legal team had even sought for a security clearance for her to appear before the Supreme Court is an indication enough that she's likely to appear physically during the hearing of her case challenging the West Bengal SIR. As per our sources, she has received the security clearance from the Supreme Court security for her physical appearance before the Supreme Court. So in all likelihood, if the matter is listed tomorrow, we will see Mamata Banerjee appear physically before the top court. What will be crucial, however, Sneha, would be to see, considering Mamata Banerjee is the petitioner in person in this case, it would be important to see whether or not she decides to argue her case, argue directly before the Supreme Court, because that will be an important development. A sitting chief minister arguing her own case before the Supreme Court, that is something that we'll have to wait and watch. We'll have to see when the case gets listed. But yes, in all likelihood, Mamata Banerjee wants to come physically before the Supreme Court for the hearing of her petition against the Election Commission of India, against the SIR process in West Bengal, which in all likelihood is to be listed tomorrow. Back to you.
Oh, Shrishti, the fact is that Mamata Banerjee and the TMC are doing what they can to raise this issue. We've seen how she got those people in the national capital. On our screens are visuals, actually, viewers, of those people who've been aggrieved by this entire exercise. It's not just the manner in which Mamata Bandyopadhyay is making this a legal battle, but also extremely important in a state like Bengal, where the drive is getting carried out. It's poll bound, something that TMC, Shrishti, have been opposing tooth and nail, isn't it?
Describe this entire process as arbitrary and a flawed revision of electoral rolls in the state of West Bengal, pointing out the fact that assembly elections are expected in the state somewhere around April-May. Not just that, she's criticized the ECI, she has warned that its present form could be extremely harmful and would totally be against the constitutional principles and could also lead to mass disenfranchisement and undermine the foundations of democracy and also the constitutional principles that that our entire democracy is based on. So the criticism from the TMC, from the Chief Minister itself, have been very strong. Till now, it will be important to see what are the submissions that they make before the top court directly, and also what the Supreme Court has to say in this regard, considering that it's hearing.
Right, I'm going to leave it at that for the moment. Shrishti Oja getting in those details. Mamata Banerjee, in all likelihood, viewers would be appearing in person before the Supreme Court tomorrow. The matter on SIR is listed, is what Shrishti Oja is telling us. And staying with this, there is no end to the Election Commission versus Didi war over SIR. After filing an anti-SIR plea in the Supreme Court against the Election Commission, Mamata Banerjee and a team met with the Chief Election Commissioner, Gyanesh Kumar, in the National Capital wearing all black. Post-meeting, she lashed out at the Chief Election Commissioner, calling him arrogant and a liar. Accused the poll body of acting as a BJP agent. She also took a jibe at Gyanesh Kumar, saying his fate would be like that of former VP Jagdeep Dhankar. The West Bengal Chief Minister also claimed that she walked out of the meeting as she felt humiliated by the Chief Election Commissioner. However, she was countered by the poll body instantly. Election Commission sources have told India Today that Mamata Banerjee thumped the table during the meeting and left abruptly. Also, sources say that no arguments or heated exchanges took place and that the TMC is threatening poll officials. BJP, meanwhile, has called TMC Supremo a liar, asserted it will ensure that the SIR exercise is conducted in the state of Bengal. The party has also written a letter to the West Bengal Governor, Anand Bose, over this. What we're seeing at this point in time is drama play out at different levels. One, when the Election Commissioner met Mamata Banerjee yesterday, she in fact had gone along with the other people who claim to be the aggrieved party as far as the SIR drive is concerned. And Mamata Banerjee claims that the Election Commissioner at that point in time when the meeting took place came across as arrogant. She's called him a liar. And the BJP has said, in fact, said that Mamata Banerjee, in fact, herself is lying. Election sources, in fact, also Election Commission sources, in fact, also indicating that Mamata Banerjee was the one who misbehaved in a sense. Let's tell you about the allegations that have been made by the West Bengal Chief Minister and TMC Supremo. She says we were humiliated by the CAC. She also says we were misbehaved with. We were told a pack of lies, that's what she's claimed. We were denied justice. That's what Mamata Banerjee has claimed. She, remember, stormed out of the meeting of the Election Commissioner. When she came out, she also spoke with the press, talking about how upset she was. She banged her hand on the table and left abruptly. No arguments or heated exchanges in the meeting is what we are learning. TMC is threatening poll officials. This through our sources within the Election Commission of India. Now, more news coming in. Lok Sabha Speaker has held a meeting with the Congress and BJP leaders to build a consensus on running the House. Congress Deputy Leader of Lok Sabha, Gaurav Gogoi, and Kiren Rijiju, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, have met with the Lok Sabha Speaker in Parliament. House likely to run smoothly from 2 p.m. is what we're learning. Remember, we've seen a fair amount of ruckus on the floor of the House. And the Speaker has chaired a meeting, we understand, with the representative of the Bharatiya Janata Party, which happened to be Kiren Rijiju, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister in this case, and the Deputy Leader of the Opposition has also, Gaurav Gogoi, has also held a meeting. So what we're learning is that there has been some kind of a truce, some sort of an agreement that has been arrived at. In all possibility, post 2 p.m. the House is going to be running smoothly. Remember, there's been a discussion on the budget and on the President's address. And there have been disruptions as well, a rather fiery sort of a session that we've been seeing for days now. For this reason, The Speaker did have a word with the Treasury benches and those in the opposition. Also is what we are learning. For a smooth functioning of the House is what we are learning. This has got to do with the lower house, the Lok Sabha, that possibly we are hearing will function fine post 2 o'clock today. It's a face-off that we had been seeing for days together between the Treasury benches and the opposition inside Parliament. But right now, the Speaker has had a word with both the Congress and the BJP, and that the understanding is that there would be peace and there would be smooth functioning of Lok Sabha post 2 p.m. There have been several attacks against the government. The charge being led by Rahul Gandhi against the Prime Minister and against the government on certain statements also he had made that were expunged later, and there was ruckus that was seen on the floor of the House. The meeting has been held between Speaker Om Birla with the Congress representative and BJP so that the House can function smoothly. Now, this is what really happened. Rahul Gandhi accused the Prime Minister of evading tough questions, claiming that the truth would come out if former generals Naravane's book is published, is what he said, and questioning why the government fears the content of the book. Rahul Gandhi's remarks has now snowballed into a major political controversy, with Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju launching a scathing attack at Gandhi, accusing him of acting against the dignity of the Parliament and disrespecting the chair. During the session, NDA ministers asserted that the armed forces stood firm, accusing Rahul Gandhi of citing an unpublished book and charged the leader of the opposition with misleading the nation. But India bloc is backing Rahul Gandhi. Akhilesh Yadav said the leader of the opposition was raising a legitimate issue. Manoj Jha claimed the government's objection exposed its discomfort. Arvind Sawant questioned why the centre is blocking the former army chief's memoir.
बजट पेश होने के बाद से लगातार हंगामा चल रहा है। राहुल गांधी को बोलने का मौका। राहुल जी आज बोलेंगे आप? सर बोलते ही हाउस अडजर्न हो जा रहा है। राहुल जी क्या वजह कि आप ऐसा क्या बोल रहे हैं? हाउस अडजर्न हो जा रहा है। आज मौका मिलेगा कि नहीं आपको?
The government is hailing this deal as a big deal.
सर स्पीकर साहब से बातचीत से कुछ बीच का रास्ता निकला है राहुल जी। तो यहाँ पे देखिए राहुल गांधी बिना कुछ बोले चले गए। अब देखना ये है कि जब हाउस दोबारा सुचारू रूप से चलता है, जितने भी मिनट चलता है, उसमें क्या राहुल गांधी को राष्ट्रपति के अभिभाषण पे जो मोशन ऑफ थैंक्स है उसमें बोलने का मौका मिलता है या नहीं मिलता है। बहरहाल यहाँ मकर द्वार पे कांग्रेस अपनी रणनीति पर चर्चा करते हुए भी नजर आई, और आज राष्ट्रपति के अभिभाषण के अलावा लगातार यूएस ट्रेड डील को लेके विपक्ष दमदार तरीके से ये बात कह रहा है कि विपक्ष जोरदार तरीके से ये बात कह रहा है कि आप यूएस ट्रेड डील के जो डिटेल्स है, जो जानकारी है, वो आप साझा करें। इसको लेके जेपी नड्डा साहब ने वही कहा है कि सुओ मोटो सरकार इस पर सारी जानकारी पटल पर रखेगी।
ये जो इंडियन नेशनल कांग्रेस है और ये जो इंडी गठबंधन है, इनका जो व्यवहार है वह बहुत ही निंदनीय है, और वह एक तरीके से इस बात को प्रतिलक्षित करता है कि न तो उनको देश के विकास में इंटरेस्ट है, न ही देश के ट्रेड और हमारा व्यापार बढ़े इसमें इंटरेस्ट है। उनका इंटरेस्ट सिर्फ हर चीज में राजनीति करने का है, जो अभी हमको प्रत्यक्ष प्रमाण मिला। पहले ये कहते रहे कि ट्रंप का जवाब दीजिए, ट्रंप का जवाब दीजिए। 50% टैरिफ लग गया, भारत क्या कर रहा है? आज जब सो मोटो स्टेटमेंट अमेरिका के राष्ट्रपति ने देर रात कल ट्वीट किया और उसमें कहा, प्रधानमंत्री जी की तारीफ करते हुए उसने कहा कि मैं उनका सच्चा दोस्त हूं, एंड ही इज द ओनली स्ट्रॉन्ग लीडर लाइक मी। इस तरीके के शब्दों का उपयोग करते हुए उन्होंने यह कहा कि मैं टैरिफ को 25% से रिड्यूस करके 18% करता हूं। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने उसका जवाब दिया और उसमें धन्यवाद दिया है। सरकार किसी बात से भी, कोई भी बात से चर्चा करने से पीछे नहीं रहती है, हमेशा आगे रहती है। मैंने आज भी इनको आश्वस्त किया कि गवर्नमेंट विल कम आउट ऑन a so moto statement today itself. We are ready for it. और हम चर्चा करने के लिए भी तैयार हैं। कौन सी बात का चर्चा आपने नहीं की? आपने जी राम जी कहा, उस पर हमने चर्चा की। आपने SIR कहा, हमने उस पर चर्चा की। आप देश में एक वातावरण बनाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि सरकार कुछ छुपा रही है, सरकार चर्चा नहीं करना चाहती। अरे आपके पास मुद्दे नहीं रह गए। यू आर इशूलेस पार्टी नाउ, यू हैव गॉट नो इशू। और मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं कि आपका बड़ा गैर जिम्मेदाराना व्यवहार है, इररिस्पॉन्सिबल बिहेवियर है, और ये एक तरीके से गैर राष्ट्रवादी व्यवहार है। इसको भी हमको ध्यान में रखना चाहिए। इट इज एंटी नेशनल। इनको नेशन से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। ये आज ऐसे मुकाम पर आकर के पहुंचे हैं जहां इनका फ्रस्ट्रेशन हर मोड़ पर दिख रहा है।
I'm going straight across to Mosmi, who's been in Parliament, getting in all the details. Mosmi, tell us, what are you learning from your sources as far as the conversation between the Speaker and Minister Kiren Rijiju and Gaurav Gogoi is concerned? What has been discussed? Can we now expect the House to function smoothly after lunch?
Sneha, that's a very difficult question to answer because one doesn't know whether Rahul Gandhi will move ahead from the lines and the topic that he's been starting his entire speech with. And though the stalemate seems to be temporarily, there seems to be a thaw in the stalemate. But the question really is that whether there has been an understanding that Rahul Gandhi will rake up all the other issues than the issue he's talking about right now, quoting General Narawane, or whether he will move ahead and talk about all the other aspects of the president's address. That is a big question mark. That we'll know only at 2 o'clock. But yes, temporarily, there has been an outreach by the speaker who we saw was embroiled in a very long argument, counter-argument from either sides of the government and the opposition yesterday. We saw a long-drawn battle, several interjections with Speaker passing a ruling and accusing Rahul Gandhi of also not, following his ruling. So, and several adjournments happening. So, what we do know that the Speaker has had a conversation with the government and the Congress party. We do know that the address, the motion of thanks will continue. There are very limited hours allotted to this entire discussion. 2 hours have been lost yesterday, and let's see what happens. Whether Rahul Gandhi, if he sticks to his argument, whether the speaker moves to the next speaker, that is Akhilesh Yadav, whether Akhilesh Yadav is ready to take on the baton, skipping Rahul Gandhi. He is also batted for Rahul Gandhi in the House and outside. So lots of ifs and buts there ahead at 2 p.m.
Boshmi, getting in those details, we also have a series of reactions coming in as far as the functioning of the House there is concerned over the issue that has been raised by the leader of the opposition. Let's take a listen.
हंगामा लगातार होता रहा। अभिभाषण, राष्ट्रपति के अभिभाषण पर चर्चा होनी थी, राहुल गांधी को बोलना था, लेकिन शुरुआत ही उन्होंने एक चाइना को लेकर जो बातचीत उससे करी। आप इसको किस तरह देखते हैं?
हमेशा आप एक बात जान लीजिए, सेना के मनोबल को झूठ आधार पर डिमोरलाइज करना, ये राहुल गांधी की आदत बन गई है। याद करिए, इन्होंने कल पूरा जो हुआ था मामला बालाकोट का या उरी का, तो सेना की शहादत का सबूत मांगा था कि नहीं मांगा था? याद है ना आपको? विदेश जाते हैं तो देश की सुरक्षा और सेना के बारे में अपनी टिप्पणी करते हैं कि नहीं करते हैं? आज जो वो कह रहे थे, पहले तो वो रूल 353 के खिलाफ है पार्लियामेंट के। अगर आप किसी के खिलाफ अवमानना भरे शब्दों का प्रयोग करते हैं, जो कर रहे थे रक्षा मंत्री के खिलाफ, प्रधानमंत्री के खिलाफ, आपको नोटिस देना पड़ेगा, उसका कारण देना पड़ेगा, फिर उस पर स्पीकर निर्णय करेंगे सुनकर करके। ये तो आप कुछ करते नहीं है, क्योंकि राहुल गांधी समझते हैं कि मैं तो हूं युवराज, कुछ भी बोल सकता हूं। संसद ऐसे नहीं चलती।
He doesn't want any structure debate, क्योंकि आज के दिन में उन्होंने जो भी बोला है इससे पहले, इनके कालखंड में क्या हुआ था? 38,000 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर सरेंडर कौन किया था? एंड व्हाट हैपेंड टू मिलिट्री पावर देन what was the status of the overall आर्म्स में हो, एमिनेशंस में हो, डिसीजन मेकिंग में उस टाइम का स्थिति और उस टाइम आज की स्थिति क्या है उनको ठीक तरह से पता है, इसीलिए वो चर्चा नहीं चाहते, वो हंगामा खड़ा करके भागना चाहते हैं।
I think there was an overreaction by the government side because as far as I understood what Rahul ji wished to raise was a matter that is already in the public domain. He was basing himself on a published article in the Caravan magazine which quotes a memoir by General Naravane that is still unpublished. So the government, instead of objecting to the fact that the book has not been published, should have let him speak, because in any case the magazine is publicly available. Anyone can read the same article that Rahulji has read. The overreaction of the government has needlessly paralyzed the House this afternoon.
This argument that national security issues cannot be discussed in Parliament is completely a bogus and a specious argument, and therefore it flies in the face of every parliamentary tradition. If Parliament will not discuss national security, then which is the forum which will discuss national security?
हम इसीलिए चुन करके आए हैं कि महत्वपूर्ण सवाल उठाएं। शायद इनकी दीवारों पे नहीं लिखा है नए लोकसभा की दीवार पे, लेकिन पुराने लोकसभा की दीवारों पे अगर आप ऊपर और दाएं बाएं देखोगे तो ये लिखा है कि हमें बोलना चाहिए, अपनी बात रखनी चाहिए। तो हम यहीं चुनकर इसीलिए तो आए कि हम बात रखें, अपनी हम अपना पक्ष रखें। हमें क्या समझ में आ रहा है, क्या पढ़ रहे हैं, क्या जानकारी मिली है, वो कम से कम देश से तो शेयर करें, जनता तो जाने। नेशनल सिक्योरिटी की कोई बात हो और बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी की बात हो, और जिस समय देश के प्राइम मिनिस्टर, डिफेंस मिनिस्टर, होम मिनिस्टर, जिनके हाथों में सब कुछ है, वो हैं, तो मैं समझता हूँ लीडर अपोजिशन और विपक्ष जो कह रहा था वो बात सामने आनी चाहिए थी।
सर, जिस तरीके से लगातार राहुल गांधी जो बात कह रहे हैं उसको लेके लगातार सरकार और कांग्रेस के बीच में ठन गई है, आपको क्या लगता है कि जनरल नरवाने साहब को लेके सुरक्षा बढ़ाने की बात हो रही है?
बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। यू कंट्री इंडिया, आई मीन वी हैव टू लुक इनटू दैट द Naravane's protection it should be increased and it should be enhanced to such a level. It should not be given threat by anyone right now, because the book about which they say they have not published the book, but the book's extracts were printed in the Caravan. So there's what that has already been printed. It is not. The fact remains. The fact is what China was encroaching. Right now, you ask in Northeast, some placards have been, some notices have been placed by China. Vacate this place. We are coming. What this means? They are hiding it.
All right, that brings us to the end of this edition. On the other side of the break is all that's making news down south in the country. So South coming up on the other side. Thank you for watching.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
50 years, one witness, 11 prime ministers, 15 governments, 350 elections. We covered the upheaval. We exposed the rot. 25 massive scams that shook the nation. 12 wars and insurgencies that tested our borders. From the Green Revolution to the digital age. From a nation in transition to a global superpower. 50 years, one story. India Today, making sense of India. Unlock unlimited access to India Today's archives. Log on to subscriptions.intoday.in. India Today Archives.
Pandemonium in Parliament. Proceedings were adjourned twice as discussion on motion of thanks to the President's address descended into chaos over remarks by Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi. The showdown began after BJP MP Tejasvi Surya questioned the Congress party's stand on national security, triggering sharp protests from the opposition benches. Quoting from an article in Caravan magazine based on former Army Chief General M.M. Narwane's unpublished memoir, Rahul Gandhi accused the government of hiding facts on the 2020 Ladakh standoff with China. The charge drew a sharp response from the Treasury benches. The Leader of Opposition was not allowed to read out the operative bits from the article. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh accused Rahul Gandhi of misleading the House, stressing that unpublished material cannot be quoted in Parliament and that national security cannot be politicised. Rahul Gandhi hit back, alleging the government was blocking the book's publication. The Lok Sabha erupted as sloganeering stalled proceedings. The Speaker reprimanded Rahul Gandhi, reiterating that only published and verified material is allowed in the House. Outside Parliament, Rahul Gandhi accused the government of being afraid and not allowing him to speak. On record, former Army Chief General M.M. Narwane has repeatedly said Indian forces stood up to the Chinese, impacting their global image. After the face-off in Parliament on Monday, the government insists national security cannot be politicised. Will the Leader of Opposition stick to his guns when Lok Sabha convenes remains to be seen. Bureau Report, India Today.
Hi, Sana here with a quick AQI update. Delhi 285, Mumbai 183, Kolkata 194, Bangalore 153, Chennai 180, Hyderabad 167.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
We have more news coming in at this point in time. This is the government's big declaration on the US trade deal. Sources say no compromise on farmers' interests. According to top sources, there has been no compromise on the interest of farmers. The sensitive sectors in agriculture and dairy were protected and will continue to be protected, is what we are learning at this point in time. India will continue to buy crude oil from anywhere in the world where there are no sanctions. Based on market rates, it did not buy from Venezuela when sanctions were in place. Now that the sanctions have been lifted, it will buy from there. The $500 billion is mentioned because the trade deal is being unblocked. It imports $40 to $50 billion worth of goods and invests a similar amount. This figure includes deals related to aircraft as well. Himanshu Mishra getting in those details at this point in time. हिमांशु, यहाँ पर सोर्सेस के द्वारा ये इंडिकेशन है कि जो भी बताया जा रहा है, जैसे भी खबरें चल रही है कि इंडिया ने कुछ इंटरेस्ट को कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ किए हैं फार्म सेक्टर में और ऑयल डील्स में, वो गलत है। और जैसे इंडिया अपने इंटरेस्ट को पहले रखकर काम कर रही थी, आगे भी बिल्कुल उसी तरह काम करेगी।
देखिए, बिल्कुल ये जो सूत्रों के अनुसार खबर आई है उसमें सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि किसानों के हितों के साथ कोई समझौता नहीं हुआ है। कृषि और डेयरी सेक्टर में जो संवेदनशील क्षेत्र प्रोटेक्टेड थे वो प्रोटेक्टेड रहेंगे और है अभी भी, उनमें कोई ऐसा बदलाव नहीं होगा। भारत दुनिया में जहां भी प्रतिबंध नहीं है वहां से कच्चा तेल जो है वहां पर जो तेल के जो प्राइस है उनको चेक करने के बाद खरीदता था और खरीदेगा। वेनेजुएला पे जब पाबंदी थी तब नहीं खरीदता था, अब पाबंदी नहीं है तो वेनेजुएला से तेल भारत खरीदेगा ही। और उसके साथ साथ $500 बिलियन का जो ट्रेड है अनलॉक हो रही है, तो उसमें कहीं ना कहीं भारत जो है 40 से 50 बिलियन डॉलर जो है वहां से इंपोर्ट करता है। 20 से 40 जो है बिलियन डॉलर जो है वहां पे इन्वेस्टमेंट है। उसके साथ साथ कई ऐसी चीजें हैं जैसे एयरक्राफ्ट खरीदना या अन्य चीजों पर भारत वहां पर जो है चीजों को खरीदता है, तो वो जाके $500 बिलियन पे पड़ता है के लगभग ही आता है। तो कहीं ना कहीं भारत की तरफ से नजरिए से देखा जाए तो ये एक जो अनलॉक हुआ है ये ट्रेड डील के अंदर, वो बहुत बड़ा एक भारत के लिए अचीवमेंट है। भारत ने अपने हितों को जो है प्रोटेक्ट भी रखा है और नेगोशिएशन टेबल पे भारत की तरफ से देखा जाए तो एक बड़ी अचीवमेंट ये है कि भारत ने अपने सारे हित जो है, चाहे वो किसानों के हो, डेयरी फार्मिंग के हो, किसी क्षेत्र के हो, उनको प्रोटेक्ट रखा है।
Himanshu Mishra getting in those details at that point in time. I'm going to leave it at that for the moment.
Vanakkam, good afternoon, namaskara and a big welcome to India Today So South here, where we get you all the news from the south that are dominating over the day as well. And joining me right now are my team of colleagues spreading across the 5 states of southern part of India. Pramod Madhav, Sagai Raj, Anaga Keshav, Shibi Mol will be getting you all the news from the respective states. Pramod Madhav, let me go across to him first. Pramod, what's the top story for the day from Chennai?
Quite a lot of stories we have from the state of Tamil Nadu, Nagarjuna, considering it is Annadurai's birthday, and a lot of leaders have spoken on several matters for the day.
Anaga Keshav, what are you bringing us today? What's the top story?
In fact, TTV Dinakaran has once again appealed to EPS to think and then induct OPS back to the ADMK fold. In fact, he has also appealed to OPS to continue supporting the NDA fold. But apart from that, we also have Chief Minister Stalin, who has expressed great disappointment over the budget allotment by saying that there was nothing really that was given to Tamil Nadu despite elections nearing.
Shibi Mole from Kerala, what's the top story for the day?
Well, Naga, there was a major ruckus that broke out in the Kerala Legislative Assembly today with the Speaker walking out of his chair after the opposition staged a protest in the well of the House. In other news, Rahul Mangudathal's disqualification has been opposed by the Congress-led UDF, saying that it sets a wrong precedent as nobody has the right to disqualify an democratically elected MLA.
And finally, Sagai Raj from Bengaluru. Sagai, what's the headline from Bengaluru? Is there more political drama unfolding in Bangalore?
Absolutely, and this time BJP is protesting against Nasir Ahmad, who is a political advisor to CM, and MLC from Karnataka, who have criticized Prime Minister Modi and called him a Deshdrohi. BJP continues to protest at Legislative Council, and this and more coming in the bulletin.
Thank you, Sagai Raj. And let's now straight away get into the top news or the breaking news coming in from the state of Tamil Nadu. And Pramod Madhav will take it from here.
Thank you, Nagarjuna. And from the state of Tamil Nadu, let's begin with a banging breaking. And this is about the Chief Minister. Let's begin with a breaking. Well, the Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has now reacted to the big budget, and he claims that this is nothing but a disappointment. The Chief Minister claims there are two parts to it. One, he says that the budget has not yet disappointed him, but also the people of Tamil Nadu. He's calling it a huge disappointment, and that the people of Tamil Nadu will teach a lesson in the upcoming elections. However, the important part is about his next response. He was put forward a question about what does he want to say about the new political enemies, very intactly the new political enemies, for which the Chief Minister says that he does not consider anybody as an enemy. M.K. Stalin says that he does not consider anybody as an enemy, and even before we could put forward any question, we asked him what does he have to say about the constant criticism. He says that he only respects him, and he says that he wants to treat people with respect. This question was a loaded question. It was about Vijay, but the Chief Minister very clearly says that he does not consider anybody as an enemy, but wants to treat them with respect. Interesting, because yesterday we saw how Vijay spoke about DMK and the Chief Minister. Here's what he said.
Sir, குழு எப்போ அமைக்கப்படும் சார்? கூட்டணி பேச்சுவார்த்தைக்கு குழு எப்போ அமைக்கப்படும் சார்? புதிய எதிரிகளுக்கு என்ன சொல்ல போறீங்க? எதிரிகளுக்கு யார் எதிரிகளை பாக்குறது? தொடர்ந்து விமர்சனம் பண்ணிட்டே வராங்க சார். யார் எதிரிகளை பாக்குறது? அவனை நம்பறா பாக்குறேன். சார், குழு எப்போ அமைக்கப்படும் சார்? கூட்டணி பேச்சுவார்த்தைக்கு குழு எப்போ அமைக்கப்படும் சார்? புதிய எதிரிகளுக்கு என்ன சொல்ல போறீங்க? எதிரிகளுக்கு யார் எதிரிகளை பாக்குறது? தொடர்ந்து விமர்சனம் பண்ணிட்டே வராங்க சார். யார் எதிரிகளை பாக்குறது? அவனை நம்பறா பாக்குறேன்.
Vijay was talking about the Chief Minister yesterday. A lot of criticisms were made as calling him as Dava engine of DMK and such, and a lot of things over there. But however, we also see other netas also retaliating with, and another important aspect here is about being Annadurai's birthday today. It is about TTV Dinakaran, the leader of AMMK, who has recently joined the BJP alliance, the NDA alliance. Interestingly, he also keeps up this point, requesting his elder brother, TTV EPS, to allow OPS to join the alliance. Imagine a month ago, TTV Dinakaran called EPS as a traitor, but now he has become an elder brother. Also, he has says that Vijay is not MGR. And here's what TTV Dinakaran has said exclusively while speaking to my colleague Anaga Keshav.
Yesterday, when Vijay was making a speech, he has compared his own political journey to that of your leader MGR's. He stated that even when MGR came to politics, he was also belittled like how Vijay is being belittled now. Do you buy that similarity, sir?
It may be his dreams, but there was only one MGR, and there will be only one MGR. Nobody can be compared to our beloved leaders, Amma and MGR. See, by telling our beloved leader MGR and Amma are his role model. He is saying Amma's party is a corrupt party. See, till 21 May, Amma's government was there. Our friend K. Sengotian was a minister in it. Now because of misunderstanding, he is with him. By keeping Sengotian, who was a minister in the previous ADMK government, how can he say it is our party or our government was a corrupt government? See, if he really wants to defeat DMK, why should he unnecessarily rub with us? We are not treating him as our enemy. They are new entries. He may talk various things, but never ever nobody will make MGR's record.
Anaga Keshav is live with us. Anaga, these are factual and important questions, are all facts that has been raised by TTV Dinakaran. On one side, Vijay is calling AIDMK as corrupt or not even accepting it as a party. But on the other side, he is holding up MGR and Jayalalitha as idols. What does TTV want to make clear in this conversation?
Well, in fact, now that it's very clear that TTV Dinakaran is not going to be joining hands with Vijay, you can see him right now outrightly speak and take political jibes against actor-turned-neta Vijay and the TVK party. In fact, he has questioned Vijay for inducting Sengotian. Remember, Sengotian was very, very close to the former Chief Minister Jayalalitha. So, TTV Dinakaran is questioning Vijay. If you really believe that ADMK is a corrupt slave party, like he mentioned, then why is it that that you've inducted a former minister, K.S. Sengotian, until the year 2021 ADMK was in power? So if you really believe that ADMK was corrupt, why induct a minister from that party is the kind of question that TTV Dinakaran has put across to Vijay. In fact, TTV also makes it very clear in our interview that they do not see Vijay as an enemy because both these parties have one common notion, and that is to defeat DMK. So when we don't really see you as an enemy, why are you rubbing shoulders with us is the kind of question that TTV Dinakaran has asked Vijay.
Well, thank you, Anaga. I request you to stay with us. And the next one is a breaking about what happened as a retaliation to Vijay's speech yesterday. Yesterday, during his party's third-year initiation, Vijay claimed that like even the parties earlier used to mock MGR and such, but he also took a jibe at BJP and also AIADMK. That did not go well. On one side, DMK was the main target for Vijay. At the same time, he refused to even accept the presence of AIADMK, claiming that if there is a triangle fight, one is going to be Vijay and the people, the second one is going to be DMK, and the third one is a BJP-led front. This did not go well with AIADMK or the BJP, and here's how the netas have reacted to it.
ஆனா விஜய் அவர்கிட்ட இன்ஜின் இருக்கான்னு எனக்கு தெரியலையே. அட்லீஸ்ட் எங்ககிட்ட இன்ஜின் இருக்கு, டபுள் இன்ஜின் இருக்கு. விஜய் அவங்க இன்ஜினையே நம்ம பார்க்கலையே. அது இன்ஜின் இருக்கா, இல்ல கார்பரேட்டர் இருக்கா, அந்த இன்ஜினை ஸ்டார்ட் பண்றக்கு ஆள் இருக்கா, அந்த இன்ஜின் ஒரு சேசியில மாட்டுவாங்களான்னு. வண்டி இல்ல, சேசி இல்ல, இன்ஜின் இல்ல, அதுக்குள்ள போடுற பெட்ரோல் இல்ல, டீசல் இல்ல. ஆனா இன்னைக்கு விஜய் அவர்கள் தமிழ்நாட்டில் ஒரு அரசியல் கட்சி இன்ஜினை பத்தி பேசக்கூடாதுன்னா அது திரு விஜய் அவர்கள் இன்ஜினை பத்தி பேசக்கூடாது. ஒருவேளை 234 தொகுதியில கேண்டிடேட் போடுறார், ஒத்துக்கிற இன்ஜின் இருக்கு. 234 கேண்டிடேட்டும் மக்கள் ஏத்துக்கிறாங்க, அதுக்கு போடுற பெட்ரோல் இருக்கு. விஜய் வெளியே வீதி வீதியாக தெரு தெருவாக பிரச்சாரம் பண்றார், சேசி இருக்கு. மக்கள் ஓட்டு போட்டு ஒரு நல்ல சதவீதம் வர்றாரு, அந்த வண்டி ஓடுது. இன்ஜினே இல்ல, சேசி இல்ல, பெட்ரோல் இல்ல, டீசல் இல்ல. அவங்க எல்லாம் இன்னைக்கு பாரதிய ஜனதா கட்சியை பார்த்து டப்பா இன்ஜின், இந்த இன்ஜின்ங்கறாங்க. அடுத்து திரு ஸ்டாலின் அவர்கள் சொன்னது,
TVK, if the intentions were true that they wanted DMK out of power, should realize that as a new political outfit trying to test waters, they should have aligned with the NDA and fought the elections. But obviously the intentions now seem to be different. The intention seems to be that they want to try to help the DMK with this election by splitting the anti-incumbency votes. TVK, in our point of view, is a no player in this particular elections. They're just going to be helping to split votes on DMK's behest, and that is what they're doing at this point of time. Apart from that, we see no relevance in this party because they have not yet come to the field or ground or met people. Even after an episode of like Karur, whether you're responsible or not, whether the courts or the agencies find you guilty or not, there is a moral responsibility that you should owe up and go and speak and visit the people, families, houses, and ensure that things don't happen in the future.
அவருக்கு கேட்டிருக்கிறோம், நீங்கள் ஊழல்வாதியா இல்லையா? நம்பர் 1 விஜய், அவர் உழைக்கிற அந்த சம்பளங்கள் நியாயமானதா, கருப்பு பணமா, வெள்ளை பணமா தெரிவிக்கணும். அவரிடம் இருக்கிற திரு மார்டின், அவருடைய மருமகன், அவர் பேர் என்ன, ஆதவர்ஜுனா, அவருடைய மாமனார், அவங்களாம் நேர்மையான வழியில் சம்பாதித்து வந்திருக்கிறார்களா? நம்முடைய செங்கோட்டையன் அவர்கள் ஏற்கனவே அம்மா இருக்கும் பொழுது, அமைச்சராக இருக்கும் பொழுது வருமானத்திற்கு மீறி சொத்து சேர்த்தர் என்று வழக்கு போட்டு சிறைக்கு போய் பிறகு அம்மா காலத்திலே விடுதலை செய்யப்பட்டவர். எங்களுக்கு தெரிந்த 3 உதாரணங்களை சொல்லுகிறோம். இவர்களுக்கெல்லாம் பதில் சொல்லிவிட்டு நேர்மையானவர், ஊழலற்றவர் என்று நிரூபித்த பிறகு அதிமுக கழகத்தை குறை சொல்லுங்கள். சிபிஐ விசாரணைக்கு போவதற்கு முன்பு 2 நாட்கள் அது போனதுக்கு வந்ததற்கு பின்பு ஒரு கூட்டத்தில் அந்த அவருடைய கட்சி அலுவலகத்தில் பேசுகிறார். திமுகவும் அதிமுகவும் ஊழல் கட்சியில் பேசுகிறார். ஆனால் எங்களுக்கு பொது எதிரி பிஜேபி என்று பேசியவர் அன்னைக்கு பிஜேபியை குறை சொல்லவில்லை. இது என்ன காரணம்?
Well, for the more stories from the state of Karnataka, let's go to Nagarjun Dwarka.
In fact, our first story from Karnataka is from the Assembly and in the upper house. Massive ruckus and sloganeering in Karnataka Vidhan Parishad over alleged derogatory comment by the Congress MLC and Chief Minister Siddaramaia's political secretary, Mr. Nazir Ahmed. Karnataka BJP leaders raised the opposition that alleged comments by MLC Nazir Ahmed demanding his suspension and an apology as well. Congress MLC Nazir allegedly made derogatory comments against the Prime Minister in the ongoing Vidhan Sabha session while Chief Minister was speaking on row over Karnataka's Governor Tawarchand Gehlot's vote of thanks in the Assembly. Opposition BJP petitioned Karnataka Legislative Council's chairman Mr. Horatti demanding immediate suspension of Congress MLC Nazir from the House for allegedly making remarks against the Prime Minister Modi. BJP stated that dignity and parliamentary values of the House were thrown away and that it was highly condemnable. Mr. Nazir went on to say that the Prime Minister was allegedly being called Deshdrohi in the House, and then BJP, being the opposition party, fought against this comment, asking justice with the chairman, seeking suspension and an apology from Congress MLC Nazir Ahmed. Listening to the voices on the story.
The member of the council, Mr. Nazir Ahmed, was shouting a slogan against the Prime Minister of this country, like a traitor like. The same people have raised the slogan, "Go back, Governor," and they have disrespected the Governor's position. It is against the Constitution. So that we demanded the expulsion of the member, Nazir Ahmed, and even he is not ready to apologize. So that we are today also raising the same subject to suspend him from the House.
उस लोगों को मोदी जी के बारे में सहन नहीं है, उसके वजह से देशभक्त नेताओं को देशद्रोही कहता है। देशभक्त को देशद्रोही कहने वाला स्वयं द्रोही रहता है। मुझे लगता है उस द्रोही का जगह में कांग्रेस का एमएलसी भी है, उसके वजह से एक देशभक्त नेताओं को द्रोही कहा है। आपका डिमांड क्या है? उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई करना, अपर उसका एक मर्यादा है, मर्यादा को बचाने के लिए उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई करना चाहिए।
ये तो पूरा कंडेम करने का बात है। जो ऐसा लोग नज़र ने जो बात कहे उसको पूरा हम अपोज करते हैं। एक चुन के प्रधानमंत्री देश के और लोगों ने उसको वोट दिया है, वो चुना दिया है। संविधान के बारे में ये लोग संविधान को पारित करते हैं या अपोज करते हैं, ये तो उसको मन बनाना चाहिए। हम जो भी उन्होंने कल बात किया है उसको टोटल भारतीय जनता पार्टी कंडेम करेंगे, उसको प्रोटेस्ट भी करेंगे हम।
Joining me live is Sagai Raj. More on this. Sagai, what context that MLC Nazir Ahmad made this statement, and what is the stand of the council chairman, Mr. Horatti? Is he seeking suspension or an apology from the member of the house? What's the update right now?
Now, what we get to hear from our sources is that Nazir Ahmad is talking inside, and he had made a statement stating that he regrets for his statement on calling Prime Minister Narendra Modi as a Deshdrohi, and meanwhile the BJP had protested against him and even demanded his suspension. However, after that he has clarified and he had made a statement inside the council stating that he regrets for that particular statement.
Thank you, Sagai, for bringing us all the latest updates. And with that, we come to the end of today's episode of Show Off So South here on India Today. And thanking Pramod, Sagai, Anaga and Shibi for getting us all the latest updates on the ground. We'll see you at 1 p.m. once again tomorrow. And until then,
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Hi, I'm Sana. Here's your weather update. Daily maximum 23 and minimum 10 degrees. Mumbai maximum 27 and minimum 23 degrees. Kolkata maximum 30 and minimum 14 degrees. Bengaluru maximum 29 and minimum 17 degrees. Chennai maximum 26 and minimum 22 degrees. Hyderabad maximum 29 and minimum 17 degrees.
Introducing Motorola Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Introducing Motorola's Signature.
Introducing Motorola Signature. Don't blend in, stand out.
A week after a deadly fire gutted multiple godowns in Nazirabad area on the eastern outskirts of Kolkata, 27 people are still missing. 27-year-old Pankaj Haldar is one of them. Haldar's family is still waiting for answers. The sole breadwinner for the family, Haldar leaves behind his wife Moshami and a 3-year-old daughter. Moshami records the frantic phone call made by Haldar seeking help in the early hours on January 26th. The family says they rushed to the godown only to find the place up in flames. They found Haldar's charred bike at the location, but there was no trace of him. One of the godowns gutted in the fire belongs to Kolkata-based retail food chain Wow Momo. The company has confirmed the death of 3 employees and announced a compensation of 10 lakh rupees and lifetime monthly salary to the victims' families. The police last week arrested 2 employees of Wow Momo, Manoranjan Seth and Raja Chakravarti. Meanwhile, politics escalated over the incident. The police have filed FIRs against Pushpanjali decorators and Wow Momo. Sources say the fire started at the adjacent godown and spread to Wow Momo unit. The fire in Kolkata exposes how safety norms are short-circuited at factories. It is a wake-up call for the administration to strictly enforce fire safety rules. With Indrajit Kundu in Kolkata, Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
TVS N-Torq 150, India's first 150cc hypersport scooter. Purvankara, the art of development celebrating 50 years.
Good afternoon and welcome. You're watching India Today and I'm Anisha Mathur with the headlines at this hour. Big inside scoop on NDA meet where Prime Minister briefed MPs. Modi says trade deal is positive, says people criticized deal but we were patient, claims world order changing in India's favor. Big breakthrough in India-US talks. The Indo-US trade deal done and dusted. Tariffs on India lowered to 18% from 50%. Trump says PM Modi and I get things done. Government's big declaration on US trade deal as sources say no compromise on farmer interests. Politics erupts over India-US deal. Opposition asks what happened to India's strategic autonomy. Calls trade deal a sellout. Sources say Mamata Banerjee may appear in person before the Supreme Court tomorrow. Didi versus Election Commission SIR fight may be listed in the court tomorrow. And our top story, the fiery face-off over a controversial memoir that erupted into a full-blown showdown inside the parliament. A day after the union budget was tabled in the parliament, Rahul Gandhi had launched a blistering attack on the Prime Minister. This remark was later expunged by the Speaker. But once again, more fireworks are expected in the Lok Sabha. However, according to sources, Speaker Om Birla held a meeting with both the Congress and BJP MPs
so that Parliament can function smoothly. Remember, Rahul Gandhi has accused the Prime Minister of evading tough questions, claiming that the truth will come out if former General Narwane's book is published, and questioning why the government fears its contents. Rahul's remark has snowballed into a major political controversy as Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju had a scathing attack at Rahul, accusing him of acting against the dignity of Parliament and disrespecting the chair. During the session, NDA ministers have asserted that the armed forces have stood firm, accusing Rahul Gandhi of citing an unpublished book and charging the leader of opposition with misleading the nation. But the India bloc is backing Rahul. Akhilesh Yadav has said that the leader of opposition was raising a legitimate issue, while Manoj Jha claimed that the government's objection exposed its discomfort. Arvind Sawant has also questioned why the centre is blocking the former army chief's memoir.
हमने अभी कांग्रेस के नेताओं को कहा है कि नेता प्रतिपक्ष राहुल गांधी जी अपना भाषण को कंटिन्यू कर सकते हैं, लेकिन जो फॉर्मर आर्मी चीफ ने जो बात नहीं कहा और जो सत्य नहीं है या जो रूल में परमिशन नहीं है, ऐसे बातों को जिद पकड़ करके ज़बरदस्ती बोलने का कोशिश ना करें, जिसमें दूसरे पार्टी के एमपीज का चांस भी खत्म हो रहा है।
हंगामा लगातार होता रहा। अभिभाषण, राष्ट्रपति के अभिभाषण पर चर्चा होनी थी। राहुल गांधी
क्या कहेंगे, कैसे देखते हैं कि आप राहुल जी को बोलने नहीं दिया जा रहा था?
चले
सर, क्या बोलना चाहेंगे? अगर दोबारा नहीं बोलने दिया तो क्या बोलना चाहेंगे? कांग्रेस की जिम्मेदारी है कि हाउस चले, विपक्ष की जिम्मेदारी है कि हाउस चले। मुझे भी वो बोल रहे थे राहुल जी। भाई शॉर्ट बना लो ये वाला।
Now on your screens right now, Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi entering the Parliament of India. Remember, this showdown is expected to continue for a little bit longer as Rahul Gandhi and the India bloc are questioning why the government is not allowing the book by former General Narwane to be published, while the centre says this is an attack on the Parliament.
हंगामा लगातार होता रहा। अभिभाषण, राष्ट्रपति के अभिभाषण पर चर्चा होनी थी, राहुल गांधी को बोलना था, लेकिन शुरुआत ही उन्होंने एक चाइना को लेकर जो बातचीत उससे करी। आप इसको किस तरह देखते हैं?
हमेशा आप एक बात जान लीजिए, सेना के मनोबल को झूठ आधार पर डिमोरलाइज करना, ये राहुल गांधी की आदत बन गई है। याद करिए, इन्होंने कल पूरा जो हुआ था मामला बालाकोट का या उरी का, तो सेना की शहादत का सबूत मांगा था कि नहीं मांगा था? याद है ना आप?
ऑनरेबल चेयरमैन, कल मैंने इस आर्टिकल पर अपना भाषण शुरू किया था। स्पीकर ने कहा था कि इसे रूल के मुताबिक किया जाए, तो अब मैं चाहता हूं कि ये जो आर्टिकल है ये ऑथेंटिकेट किया जाए। आप ऑथेंटिकेट कीजिए और मैं इस पे बात करना चाहता हूं। I have authenticated the article.
Please continue on Honorable President's speech.
Yes. So, as I said yesterday, a very important matter in the President's speech is the matter of national security and our relationship between us and the Chinese and the Pakistanis. There is a very important matter that is quoted inside this article that I have authenticated, which speaks about the reaction of the Prime Minister and...
Sir, I'm once again... No, please.
No, sir.
Once again.
Sir.
No, once again. Sir, I'm once again requesting you to please restrict yourself to the speech of the Honorable President. I'm requesting LOP to please restrict himself to the speech of the Honorable President.
Let us not mislead the House. Let us clear the confusion. Today also I had requested both Venugopal ji and Gaurav ji also. We are patiently waiting to listen to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. The matter which was referred to just now, yesterday the Chair has given a ruling. On the paper on which he has authenticated, there is table in the House. But what I'm saying is, when a ruling has already been given on a matter which he referred yesterday, he can't be quoting same matter again in a pretext of making a reference indirectly. He cannot refer on the same matter. Please continue with your speech, we are waiting, but please avoid referring to a matter which has been settled.
Sir, Honorable Parliamentary Affairs Minister is trying to mislead the House. Of course, he called us, me and Gaurav Gogoi. Sir, please.
Sir, when Honorable LOP is standing...
He quoted me.
Sir, when Honorable LOP is standing...
I want to give a clarification.
When Honorable LOP is standing, you are
Please
speaking.
allow me to give a clarification, sir.
No.
Please allow me. 1 minute.
No, sir, when Honorable LOP is standing, you are speaking.
1 minute.
Please permit him to speak.
Sir, 1 minute.
Please permit him to speak.
Parliamentary Affairs Minister took my name. 1 minute clarification.
No, sir. Please permit him to speak. He's already started his speech, sir. He started his speech, sir. Let him speak.
Our Speaker, what was the Speaker's ruling yesterday? Don't quote the book, don't quote the magazine. This was the only ruling of the Speaker.
No, sir. Please listen to me. He started his speech.
So
please let him continue. He started his speech.
I need a clarification because Parliamentary Affairs Minister quoted me.
Honorable
He took my name.
Sir, what is, see, you want him to speak or not?
This is only for, this House is only for them. What is this? This is not for us. What is this? This House is only for them.
No, one second. Mr. Venugopal, kindly be seated once again. No, listen. No, please listen. What did you say just now? What did you say just now? What is this yar? What is this yar? This is Parliament. This is Lok Sabha. You can't address the chair. You cannot address the chair with yar. What is this yar? No, you cannot address the chair by saying yar. No. Please take back your words. You can't say chair yar. No. You cannot. No. Honorable LOP is standing on his feet to speak. You are not allowing him to speak. माननीय राहुल गांधी जी आप बोलिएगा. No. Please allow him to speak. 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 No.
चेयरमैन साहब यार कह दिया तो क्या हो गया? आफत आ गई है?
No, not correct. No. There is a quorum. Not correct. That is not true. There should be a quorum of the House. There should be a quorum of the House. There should be respect to the chair. You should know how to behave. No, not correct. Honorable Rahul ji, please speak. Please continue to speak.
Speaker, sir, if the issue is about me quoting a magazine, which I have authenticated, I am happy not to quote it directly. No problem. But I have to be allowed to speak about it.
Honorable LOP, Shri Rahul Gandhi ji, please listen.
Chairman sir.
You have been given permission to speak on the Honorable President's speech.
I am speaking.
What are you telling? What permission are telling to LOP?
Speaker sir.
And yesterday.
Speaker sir. One second. Speaker sir.
Permit him to speak.
Sir.
What is this?
Sir, Speaker, 1 second.
Sir.
Speaker, sir.
Sir, yesterday, Honorable Speaker has given a ruling.
It is not a permission that I am being given, Speaker, sir. I am not being given a permission.
What is the permission?
I am the leader of opposition of this country. You are not giving me permission. It is my right.
Rule 349. Under Rule 349. No. Speaker has given a ruling under Rule 349. Under Rule 349, Honorable Speaker has already given a ruling. And if you don't want LOP sir to speak, I'll have to give you opportunity to others to speak. If you don't want LOP to speak, I will have to give opportunity to others to speak. No, please listen. I am giving opportunity. ये नहीं चलेगा. Honorable LOP will speak. He can speak. He doesn't require your support. He will speak.
1 second, please. Chairman, sir. Speaker, sir, I am...
Please, 1 second, sir. Please, sir.
Chairman, sir, I am objecting to the word permission. That is not the correct word because I am not given permission by anyone. I am leader of opposition. So I'm just objecting to that.
I have called your name.
Everybody speaks with the permission of the chair.
Please.
Nobody is above the chair.
There was an altercation.
Everybody speaks on the permission of the chair.
Please speak, sir. 1 second. 1 second, sir. Yes, please speak.
Speaker, sir, our President's address was about the path that India has to chart, the direction in which India has to move. Today, on the world stage, the main issue in international affairs is the conflict between China and the United States. This is central. This is central. This is central to our President's address. This is central, as you have seen, to our budget. And all I am saying is I want to make a statement about what happened between China and India and how our Prime Minister reacted to it. Why am I being stopped? Sir, in Ladakh, in eastern Ladakh, there was a conflict. Our soldiers were killed.
I requested Honorable LOP to speak. Repeatedly I made a request to speak on the speech of the Honorable President. Now Manyaniya Shri Naresh Uttam Patel ji. Manyaniya Shri Naresh Uttam Patel ji. Manyaniya Shri Naresh Uttam Patel ji. Sir, I made repeated requests. I made repeated requests to speak on the speech of the Honorable President. Manyaniya Shri Naresh Uttam Patel ji. आप बोलना नहीं चाहते हैं. आप बोलना नहीं चाहते हैं. माननीय श्रीमती शताब्दी राय. माननीय श्रीमती शताब्दी राय. माननीय श्रीमती शताब्दी राय. माननीय श्री DM खातिर आनंद. माननीय श्री DM खातिर आनंद. माननीय श्री GM हरीश बालयोगी जी.
Honorable Chairman, sir, I rise today on behalf of my party, Telugu Desam, to extend our support to the gracious address delivered by the Honorable President of India. The address presents a confident national roadmap anchored in reform, guided by inclusion, and directed towards the long-term objective of building a strong, self-reliant and globally competitive India. The vision of Vikasit Bharat 2047 reflects a fundamental shift in governance philosophy from managing short-term outcomes to shaping India's long-term economic strength, institutional capacity and strategic relevance in global economy. With India's potential growth rate approaching 7%, driven by sustained reforms and historical public investment, we are witnessing the emergence of a new development trajectory. Our national
And the Lok Sabha adjourned once more amid ruckus as Rahul Gandhi once again raises the issue of the article published in a magazine claiming to quote the unpublished book by former General M.M. Narendra. And we've seen just once again how the Sansad showdown is continuing. Lok Sabha has now been adjourned once again amid a massive ruckus. The Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju also claiming that he had spoken to K.C. Venugopal and Gaurav Gogoi to ensure that the House runs properly. K.C. Venugopal, in fact, taking exception to it, saying that no such decision had been taken, that a conversation had happened. Now, after that, MPs from both sides creating a ruckus in the Lok Sabha. The Lok Sabha has now been adjourned. Rahul Gandhi saying that the question of national security and the issue of India's relationship with both China and Pakistan must be allowed to be. But now, massive ruckus breaking out in the Lok Sabha once again, which has now been adjourned following the ruckus that has started in the Parliament. Rahul Gandhi again quoting the article, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju criticizing the Leader of Opposition for raising this issue once again, while K.C. Venugopal and other opposition MPs have taken up the issue of the LOP not being allowed to speak. Lok Sabha has been adjourned amid massive ruckus. Opposition comes to its feet as the chair moves on to the next MP. The chair said that if you're not going to allow the LOP to speak, we'll move on to the next speaker. And as the next speaker starts speaking, papers thrown in the Lok Sabha as Rahul denied not to continue speaking on the issue. Opposition tears up papers and throws it at the chair. Opposition MPs storm the well of the House. Piyush is joining me live on this story. Piyush, ruckus once again. Opposition MPs storm the well of the House, tear up papers, throw it at the chair because Rahul Gandhi was passed over. Now the next speaker was asked to speak amid more ruckus. What more is happening in the Parliament and what are we expecting now?
Well, Anisha, since yesterday we have seen how Rahul Gandhi is raising the issue of China. He is, quoting something which is not even published, and despite multiple rulings which have been given by Lok Sabha Speaker, Rahul Gandhi is not listening and not following the rules. Those are being listed by Speaker, and that's why the chair, Krishna Prasad Chaneti, who is a TDP MP, he was sitting there on the chair. He has moved on to next speaker, and the moment he announced that next speaker can put forth his views on the motion of thanks to the President's address, we saw massive ruckus taking place in Lok Sabha. Today in the morning at 11 a.m. when the House got resumed, we saw how there was a ruckus where the opposition was demanding answers from the government on India-US trade deal. Then at 12 again, we saw opposition MPs started sloganeering, and when at 2 p.m. When again House got resumed, Rahul Gandhi stood up and he again did the same thing which he did yesterday, where he started speaking about something which is not even published. He was stopped multiple times by the chair. He was stopped yesterday also multiple times by the Lok Sabha Speaker, but he is not following the set rules, the set protocols of Lok Sabha. He is continuously defying that. He He's saying that why government is stopping me. I don't need anyone's permission to say whatever I want to say, but it is important to highlight that if any member of the parliament has to say something, then he or she will have to go by the set protocols of Lok Sabha. But Rahul Gandhi is not following those rules. He's saying that I'm leader of opposition and I can speak whatever I want. While all these things were happening, we saw one Congress MP using the words like "yar" for the chair. And on the chair, TDP MP Krishna Prasad Tenati was sitting, and that also created ruckus where chair objected to that. And when it was seen that Rahul Gandhi does not want to speak on the motion of thanks to the president's address, the speaker then moved on to, the chairman moved on to some other speaker, and the moment he announced the name of other speaker, again sloganing, paper tearing and paper throwing was witnessed, following which the House has been adjourned till 3 p.m.
All right, Piyush, stay on with me. Let's listen in once again to what Rahul Gandhi was trying to say, because remember, he's tried to table that article once again and talk about it. Let's listen in.
कल मैंने इस आर्टिकल पर अपना भाषण शुरू किया था। स्पीकर ने कहा था कि इसे रूल के मुताबिक किया जाए, तो अब मैं चाहता हूं कि ये जो आर्टिकल है ये ऑथेंटिकेट किया जाए। आप ऑथेंटिकेट कीजिए और मैं इस पे बात करना चाहता हूँ। हाँ, मैं दे रहा हूँ ना, दिया है मैंने, दे रहा हूँ, ये रहा, यही मैं कर रहा हूँ। तो ओके, माने
Give it authenticated.
Sir, this is...
Please table it.
Table it, please.
Table public.
Please table it.
Speaker,
we will examine it and we'll get back to you.
Chairman, right?
And
Chairman, sir, I have authenticated the article.
Please continue on Honorable President's speech.
So, as I said yesterday, a very important matter in the President's speech is the matter of national security and our relationship between us and the Chinese and the Pakistanis. There is a very important matter that is quoted inside this article that I have authenticated, which speaks about the reaction of the Prime Minister and...
Sir, I am once again... Please.
No, sir.
Once again.
Sir.
No, once again. Sir, I am once again requesting you to please restrict yourself to the speech of the Honorable President. I am requesting LOP to please restrict himself to the speech of the Honorable President.
Let us not mislead the House. Let us clear the confusion. Today also I had requested both Venugopal ji and Gaurav ji also. We are patiently waiting to listen to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. The matter which was referred to just now, yesterday the Chair has given a ruling. On the paper on which he has authenticated, that is tabled in the House. But what I'm saying is, when a ruling has already been given on a matter which he referred yesterday, he can't be quoting same matter again in a pretext of making a reference indirectly. He cannot refer on the same matter. Please continue with your speech, we are waiting, but please avoid referring to a matter which has been settled.
मोदी जी घबराए हुए हैं, आपने देखा? जो ट्रेड डील 4 महीने से रुकी थी, 4 महीने से कुछ बदला नहीं, किसी न किसी कारण, जो मैं जानता हूं नरेंद्र मोदी जानते हैं। नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कल शाम उस डील को साइन करा। नरेंद्र मोदी जी पर प्रेशर है। भयंकर प्रेशर है। और नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जो इमेज का गुब्बारा है, जो हजारों करोड़ रुपए लेकर बनाया गया था, वो फूट सकता है। इशू ये नारावाने की स्टेटमेंट नहीं है, ये साइड शो है, और वो भी जानते हैं, मैं भी जानता हूं। मेन बात ये है कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री को कॉम्प्रोमाइज कर दिया गया। किसने किया है, कैसे किया है, ये हिंदुस्तान की जनता को सोचना नहीं है। ये साइड शो है, और वो भी जानते हैं, मैं भी जानता हूं। मेन बात ये है कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री को कॉम्प्रोमाइज कर दिया गया है। किसने किया है, कैसे किया है, ये हिंदुस्तान की जनता को सोचना है। मगर इतिहास में पहली बार हिस्ट्री में एलओपी को प्रेसिडेंशियल एड्रेस में नहीं बोलने दिया है।
बाहर बोल दीजिए, जो अंदर नहीं कहा दिया जा रहा है।
वो तो ऑटोमेटिकली होगा जी। बट ये आप समझिए, और हिंदुस्तान के जो किसान हैं, आप सब समझिए कि इस ट्रेड डील में आपकी मेहनत को, आपके खून पसीने को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बेच दिया है। और वो इसलिए बेचा है क्योंकि ये कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड है। सिर्फ आपको नहीं बेचा है, देश को बेचा है। इसीलिए मुझे वहां नहीं बोलने देना है। नरेंद्र मोदी जी डरे हुए हैं, क्योंकि जिन लोगों ने उनकी इमेज बनाई है, वो अब उस इमेज को फोड़ने लगे हैं। धन्यवाद।
प्रेशर है सर पीएम पे, जो आप कह रहे हैं कि प्रेशर क्या है और क्या दबाव है पीएम के ऊपर, जो आपको
एक अदानी जी पर केस है यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स में। वो अदानी जी को टारगेट नहीं कर रहा है, वो नरेंद्र मोदी के फाइनेंशियल स्ट्रक्चर को टारगेट कर रहा है। एक वो है। दूसरा है एप्स्टाइन फाइल्स। एप्स्टाइन फाइल्स में अभी और माल है, वो अभी रिलीज नहीं हुआ है। इसीलिए इस दबाव में आकर एप्स्टाइन फाइल्स में जो है, जो पूरा देश जानना चाहता है, मगर अभी अमेरिका ने रिलीज नहीं किया है। और दूसरा जो अदानी जी पर केस है, जो एक्चुअली मोदी जी पर केस है, क्योंकि वो बीजेपी का फाइनेंशियल स्ट्रक्चर है, मोदी जी का फाइनेंशियल स्ट्रक्चर है। तो ये दो प्रेशर पॉइंट्स हैं। और आप ये बात समझ लो, देश ये समझ ले कि प्रधानमंत्री कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड है।
Big charges being made by Rahul Gandhi against the Prime Minister. Rahul Gandhi says the Prime Minister of the country is compromised. It's a big attack on the Prime Minister of the country. Rahul Gandhi says trade deal has been signed because the Prime Minister is compromised. Masmi Singh is joining me on this story. Masmi, big charges being raised by Rahul Gandhi about the trade deal, about BJP and the Prime Minister's finances, about the pressure over the Prime Minister of India. Masmi.
Rahul Gandhi didn't get a chance to speak because the chair, in fact, moved on to the next speaker. And as soon as he came out of the parliament, he made those big revelations, big charges, allegations, in fact, against the Prime Minister. Rahul Gandhi, went on to elaborate that General Narend's quote was not the real issue. The real issue was that the Prime Minister was under the spot. He was under the scanner, and he immediately moved on from national security to the Indo-US trade deal, saying that PM signed it late last evening because he is under complete pressure. He used those words, compromise. He said that the Prime Minister is compromised. He also said, PM has sold the country, देश को बेच दिया है, and the reasons that he cited were the Epstein files and the case on the Adani Group in the US, saying that it actually hits out at the financial structure of his party, and that's why the PM is working in the compromise mode, is what he said. He said he will go on to elaborate those charges later on in the next few weeks to come. But clearly Rahul Gandhi isn't blinking. He's made very, very grave allegations against the Prime Minister, saying that he was not being permitted to speak for other reasons, not only what he was wanting to say on General Narwane, but also on the also on the financial security of the country, also on the Indo-US trade deal. He said that this deal has been done in a hurry, under the pressure of the US president, under the pressure of the US, because there is too much to hide. The Modi government has too much to hide, and it is working under pressure. So this has waked up another storm, because clearly Rahul Gandhi isn't budging, and the government would absolutely take this fresh ammunition and give it back to the opposition.
All right, Masmi, stay on with me. Let's listen in once again to what Rahul Gandhi has had to say, because he's making very, very serious allegations against the Prime Minister and the Indian government.
मैं तीन चीजें बोलना चाहता हूं। पहली चीज बोलने नहीं दे रहे हैं। मोदी जी घबराए हुए हैं। आपने देखा जो ट्रेड डील 4 महीने से रुकी हुई थी 4 महीने से कुछ बदला नहीं। किसी न किसी कारण, जो मैं जानता हूं नरेंद्र मोदी जानते हैं, नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने कल शाम उस डील को साइन कर दिया। नरेंद्र मोदी जी पर प्रेशर है, भयंकर प्रेशर है, और नरेंद्र मोदी जी का जो इमेज का गुब्बारा है, जो हजारों करोड़ रुपए लेकर बनाया गया था, वो फूट सकता है। इशू ये नारावाने की स्टेटमेंट नहीं है, ये साइड शो है, और वो भी जानते हैं, मैं भी जानता हूं। मेन बात ये है कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री को कॉम्प्रोमाइज कर दिया गया है। किसने किया है, कैसे किया है, ये हिंदुस्तान की जनता को सोचना है। मगर इतिहास में पहली बार हिस्ट्री में एलओपी को प्रेसिडेंशियल एड्रेस में नहीं बोलने दिया है।
बाहर बोल दीजिए, जो अंदर नहीं कहा दिया जा रहा है। बाहर
वो तो ऑटोमेटिकली होगा जी। बट ये आप समझिए, और हिंदुस्तान के जो किसान हैं, आप सब समझिए कि इस ट्रेड डील में आपकी मेहनत को, आपके खून पसीने को नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने बेच दिया है, और वो इसलिए बेचा है क्योंकि ये कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड है। एक अदानी जी पर केस है यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स में, वो अदानी जी को टारगेट नहीं कर रहा है, वो नरेंद्र मोदी के फाइनेंशियल स्ट्रक्चर को टारगेट कर रहा है। एक वो है, दूसरा है एप्स्टाइन फाइल्स। एप्स्टाइन फाइल्स में अभी और माल है, वो अभी रिलीज नहीं हुआ है, इसीलिए इस दबाव में आकर एप्स्टाइन फाइल्स में जो है, जो पूरा देश जानना चाहता है, मगर अभी अमेरिका ने रिलीज नहीं किया है। और दूसरा जो अदानी जी पर केस है, जो एक्चुअली मोदी जी पर केस है, क्योंकि वो बीजेपी का फाइनेंशियल स्ट्रक्चर है, मोदी जी का फाइनेंशियल स्ट्रक्चर है, तो ये दो प्रेशर पॉइंट्स हैं। और आप ये बात समझ लो, देश ये समझ ले कि प्रधानमंत्री कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड है।
Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi making very, very serious charges against the Prime Minister of India, claiming that the trade deal with the US, which is being lauded by the government as a great trade deal, is in fact something that has been signed under pressure. The leader of opposition claiming that he was not being allowed to speak in the parliament because the government does not want him to raise these issues. In fact, the 2 days of ruckus in the parliament that have been raised because Rahul Gandhi was trying to quote an article based on General Narwane's book, unpublished book. Rahul Gandhi now saying the Narwane issue is a mere sideshow. The main issue is that the Prime Minister of the country has been compromised into signing a trade deal which is unfair for India. Big charges by the leader of opposition against the government. He's claiming that the Prime Minister agreed to sign the trade deal which had been stalled for the last several months under pressure by the US. In fact, claiming that Modi's image is now under threat, that India's financial security, the farmers of India are in trouble, they are under threat with this trade deal. Big charges being made by the leader of opposition who has come out to question the Indo-US bilateral trade agreement. Remember, this trade agreement has been in the works for several months now, and the government of India has been saying that the free trade agreement will in fact benefit India's economy. But Rahul Gandhi is saying that this FTA will bleed Indian farmers, and this is something that is going to be a big political issue in the coming few days. Remember, the Congress MPs have been questioning the trade deal. They said they have asked for a debate on the trade deal, about clarifications on the trade deal, even as the ruckus in the parliament has continued in the last 2 days. Today, once again, the Lok Sabha adjourned after ruckus in the parliament, papers thrown, MPs storming the well of the house, with leader of opposition making a very, very big allegation against the Prime Minister of India. He is claiming that the financial structure of the BJP and of the Prime Minister is under question by the USA, and that is why the Prime Minister was pressured into signing a trade deal which is unfavorable to Indian farmers. Piyush is now live with me on this story. Piyush, the free trade, a bilateral trade agreement is now under a big attack by the opposition, by the leader of opposition.
Well, that's right, Anisha. We just heard what Rahul Gandhi said. He has said that the Prime Minister is compromised and he has signed this deal because he has surrendered before the President of United States of America, Donald Trump. Rahul Gandhi has also gone on to say that the bubble has now been burst and the deal has been signed by PM Modi under pressure. So that's a very big attack coming in from Rahul Gandhi on PM Narendra Modi. Since morning, we are seeing how...
I'm going to have to interrupt you for a moment here. We're getting some breaking news coming in. Congress MPs Eden, Raja, Waring and Manikam, along with some other MPs, climbed onto the Secretary General's table, stood in front of the Speaker and threw papers. This is breaking news that's coming in as Congress MPs climbed tables and threw papers at the chair, following which the Lok Sabha has been adjourned. Going back to you, Piyush, now. Piyush, the unruly opposition disrupting Lok Sabha and the leader of opposition making a very, very serious charge against the Prime Minister outside the Parliament. Please continue.
That while the ruckus was happening in Parliament, a few MPs from the Congress party like Haibi Eden, Raja Waring and few others, including Manikam Tagore, they all climbed on the chair of the General Secretary and then they threw the paper at the chair. And at that time, the TDP MP, Krishna Prasad Chaneti, he was sitting there at the chair, and it all happened, the ruckus happened when the chair had given opportunity to some other speaker to speak on the motion of thanks to the President's address on budget. So massive ruckus a couple of minutes back we witnessed in Lok Sabha, following which the House had to be adjourned till 3 p.m. and after the House got adjourned, Rahul Gandhi came out and he spoke to media where he highlighted his views on the trade deal which has been signed between India and US. And once again, Rahul Gandhi has slammed the government. He has slammed the Prime Minister by saying that the India-US trade deal has been signed under the compromise. The bubble has been burst. There's a lot of pressure on PM Narendra Modi, and that's why this deal has been signed. So we are now seeing as to how the Congress has opened two fronts. One on the claims which Rahul Gandhi is making on China, which by quoting a magazine. Two, on the issue of India-US trade deal which has been signed. Today in the morning when at 11 a.m. Lok Sabha got resumed, we saw how opposition MPs created ruckus. They were demanding answers from the government on India-US trade deal. After that, again ruckus took place at 12 noon when again Lok Sabha got resumed, and as we are speaking, the House has again got adjourned because Rahul Gandhi was again not listening to what the chair was saying, and he had gone against the ruling, because of which some other speaker was given the opportunity, and after that massive ruckus happened, following which the House had to be adjourned. But it is also very important to understand, Anisha, that the government has time and again made it very, very clear that it is of the view of replying to all the questions, to all the queries of opposition. But it seems like opposition has come up with a mind. They have already taken a decision that they will not let the parliament to function. We remember that a few minutes back, it was leader of House in Rajya Sabha, JP Nadda, who had made it very, very clear that the government is very much committed to make a detailed statement on the trade deal which has been signed with United States, and the government is doing so because it wants to brief not only Parliament but also to the entire nation. The sources within the government have also confirmed to us, Anisha, that there will be no compromise on protected agriculture crops, which the opposition is claiming that the government has made deal with in agriculture crops also. The sources have also confirmed that it will continue to buy oil from the places those are not sanctioned, those are not facing some sort of sanctions. The government sources have also told us that earlier Venezuela was facing sanctions, but now it is not facing sanctions, so we will buy oil from Venezuela. So all the queries sources have confirmed to us, and the government is very much ready to reply to all the queries of opposition.
We've seen the kind of questions that are being asked about the free trade agreement, especially since there were statements from US officials regarding the agriculture sector, the agri sector, and now we've seen the kind of allegations that the leader of opposition is raising. Is there some, I beg your pardon, we're getting some more breaking news coming in. Piyush, I'll come back to you, but let's go into the breaking news that's coming in. Sources have told India Today that the BJP will complain to the Speaker of the Parliament regarding the uproar and throwing papers at the chair. The BJP likely to demand action against the MPs who have caused this disruption. The BJP likely to file a complaint with the Speaker against Gurjeet Aujla, Raja Waring, Manikam Tagore and some other opposition MPs who had thrown papers towards the chair amid the uproar during Rahul Gandhi's speech. Remember, Congress MPs Eden, Raja Waring and Manikam, along with some other MPs, climbed onto the Secretary General's table, stood in front of the Speaker and threw papers. Piyush is continuing to be with me on the story. Piyush, we saw the kind of ruckus that has happened. 3 MPs did not speak after this chair called them in to speak while the ruckus was going on, papers thrown, and now the BJP is saying we will complain to the Speaker, seek action against the unruly MPs. What more do we know?
Well, yes, sources are indicating, Anisha, that one of the BJP MPs could approach the office of Lok Sabha Speaker and they could request the Speaker office to take actions against this errant Congress MPs who did not follow the protocols. We have seen how multiple times these protocols have been told. In fact, they have been briefed. The MPs have been briefed multiple times about the set protocols, about the rulings, about the rule book. But it seems like the opposition does not want to follow that. And once again, there are few MPs from the Congress party who stood on the chair of General Secretary and they threw paper at the chair, which is certainly against the set norms, set protocols of Lok Sabha functioning. And looking at that, what we are now learning from our sources is that one of the BJP leaders could approach Lok Sabha Speaker and make complaint against them. They could also request the chair to take actions against these MPs of the Congress party. There are around 4 to 5 MPs whose names have come to the fore, including Manikam Tagore, Gurjit Aujla, Aviation. There is one more MP whose name has come to the fore. So after this incident, which has now has been reported, now BJP could approach the Lok Sabha Speaker office and request the Speaker to take action against these MPs who were creating ruckus inside the Parliament. And all these things happened. Remember that when Rahul Gandhi was speaking, all these MPs were sitting right behind Rahul Gandhi and they were raising slogans in support of Rahul Gandhi. But the moment chair decided to give opportunity to some other speaker to speak on the motion of thanks to the president's address, the Congress MPs lost their cool. What they did, they threw paper at the chair, and that has completely gone against the set rules of the proceedings of Lok Sabha, and this could certainly attract actions against them. And that's what we are hearing, that BJP could approach the office of Lok Sabha Speaker and seek actions to be taken against these Congress MPs. We'll have to wait and watch how the Congress, the Lok Sabha Speaker is going to look into the demand of BJP. At 3 p.m, the Lok Sabha is again going to get resumed, and once again we can expect ruckus. But before that, BJP would ensure that that complaint is given to Lok Sabha Speaker. We'll have to see how Lok Sabha Speaker is going to look into the complaint which will be made by the BJP leaders.
All right, Piyush, let's go back to the allegations that Rahul Gandhi has raised about the free trade agreement, of very, very serious allegations being raised. We saw the government, of course, has been saying that the FTA is a important and very beneficial agreement for the country, but Rahul Gandhi making a direct allegation that the FTA was signed under severe pressure by the Prime Minister of India. What are you picking up from your sources, from the government, from the opposition about these allegations?
Well, there are 2-3 big allegations, Anisha. We need to understand step by step. The biggest allegation which the opposition is making is that we are going to stop buying oil from Russia, to which the government sources have made it very, very clear that we will continue to buy oil from the countries, from the economies from where we were earlier buying, which means that we will continue to buy oil from Russia. The sources have also confirmed to us that there are some places where sanctions have been put, so we cannot buy oil from there. And earlier, Venezuela was facing sanctions, which the sanction has been now removed. And now when sanctions have been removed, we can certainly buy oil from Venezuela. So we will continue to buy oil from wherever we want, from the places.
Once again, we are getting a comment from the opposition MP Gurjit Aujla, who's speaking to my colleague Mosmi Singh. Let's listen into what Mr. Aujla has had to say.
हमारे साथ गुरजीत औजला है, उनसे बात करते हैं। सर, क्या हुआ? आप लोग टेबल पे चढ़ गए, पेपर कागज फाड़ दिए, चेयर के ऊपर फेंक दिए, कौन कौन था?
क्योंकि अमेरिका हमारे ऊपर चढ़ गया, पहले चाइना चढ़ा हुआ है, अमेरिका भी आ गया। अब इसके आगे कुछ नहीं है। विपक्ष को वो सुनना नहीं चाहते, विपक्ष के लीडर को सुनना नहीं चाहते, उसकी आवाज दबाते हैं, माइक बंद कर देते हैं।
टेबल पे थोड़ी चढ़ जाएंगे आप लोग,
फिर कहाँ चढ़े जी?
अब नहीं, अब आप सस्पेंड कर सकते हैं।
नहीं, हथियार लेकर वहाँ चले जाए, चाइना के बॉर्डर पे इधर अमेरिका से लड़ने जाए। जिन्होंने लड़ना है वो उसमें आके जवाब देना। जवाब उनसे जवाब मांग रहे हैं, जवाब नहीं है। हाउस चलने नहीं दे रहे, लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन को बोलने नहीं देते। ये क्या तरीका है? लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन को बोलने दो, आप उसका जवाब दो, फैसला देश करे कौन गलत है कौन सही है। अब आप कहते हैं किसी किताब का आप हवाला नहीं दे सकते, किसी न्यूज़पेपर का आप हवाला नहीं दे सकते, तो जब आप नेहरू जी को गाली निकालते हो किसका हवाला देते हो? किताबों का देते हो ना, बार बार सब निकाल के, तब आपको सब ठीक है। अब देखिए इन्होंने एक फैसला किया है, हमारे जैसे नेशनल पक्षी है ना, मोर को बचाते हैं हम लोग, तो सब कुछ कहते हैं जी नहीं, मोर से ऊपर कुछ नहीं। नेशनल एनिमल है, टाइगर को बचाते हैं, नेशनल ट्रीज को बचाते हैं। अब इनका एक नेशनल मित्र है, उसको बचाने के लिए पूरे देश की किसानी, पूरे देश की इंडस्ट्री इन्होंने दांव पे लगा दी है। अब देखो कैसे हमारा इंडस्ट्री से मुकाबला करेगा उसका। आज किसान कैसे, नहीं मेरी बात सुन, किसान कैसे मुकाबला करेगा उसका, क्योंकि उसका करप्शन है वहाँ, उसके ऊपर वहाँ FIR है।
ये राहुल गांधी ने भी आके बोला कि केस है अडानी का।
पूरे देश को, पूरे वर्ल्ड को पता है, अब एक बंदे को बचाने के लिए पूरा देश थोड़ा दाव पे लगा दोगे, किसानी दाव पे लगा दो, इंडस्ट्री को
कॉम्प्रोमाइज हो गए।
जी आपको क्या लग रहा है जी? अब यदि वो डील इक्वल होती अब तक मोदी जी की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आपके सामने हुई होती, आप उसके सामने खड़े होते। अब छुप रहे हैं, क्यों छुप रहे हैं?
पर ओजला साहब वहाँ पे जो एक डेकोरम होता है संसद का, कहा जा रहा है कि तीनों सांसद टेबल पे चढ़ गए, मानिकम भी थे आपके साथ, राजा वोरिंग, और अब आप लोग पर्चे फाड़े तो उस पर कार्रवाई हो सकती है।
And we're seeing this kind of face-off now between the opposition and the government in the Parliament of India as opposition MPs climb up on tables and throw papers in the Parliament. The BJP saying that we will take action against them. But we'll keep a very close eye on these developments. But it is time now for us to take a very short break. More news and updates will continue on the other side. Keep watching India Today.
आपको शायद पता नहीं होगा, अपार ने आईएनएस विक्रांत के लिए 150 से ज्यादा तरह के केबल्स बनाए हैं। देश के टॉर्पीडोस में भी हैं अपार के केबल्स। वंदे भारत भी अपार के केबल से ही स्पीड पकड़ती है और यही वायर्स और केबल्स हमारे घरों को भी पावर करते हैं। विश्वास इसमें अपार, तभी तो ये है देश का तार।
India's longest standing biannual survey. India Today Mood of the Nation. How does India assess Narendra Modi's performance as Prime Minister? Has India acted firmly enough on Bangladesh minority issues? Who do citizens blame most for Delhi's worsening